has been quite a journey. How are we this morning? Those of you online, great to have you. I am Oscar Oyinson, your Master of Ceremonies this morning. And it is indeed a great time to be. That's just too small. That's too small. We need to make it louder, guys. This is Tizeti NeXTGEN 2.0. It is the next frontier, and we are here to take this mission to the next level. 10 years of anything is hard work. Look at your neighbor and just say, 10 years of anything is hard work. Then look at your neighbor and say, I'll give you 10 ... Put something in there. I'll give you 10,000 naira. I'll give you 10 liters of fuel. I'll give you $10. That means something right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be back here again, a whole year after NeXTGEN 1.0, and it is good to see friends and family. It's good to see some new faces. It's good to see some returning faces. Now, this year is particularly special for the Tizeti family. It's been 10 years. It's their 10th anniversary, and that is a big deal. Two guys in 2012 in a very affordable accommodation somewhere in Agungi got together and they said, you know what, we can do this. It's never easy, and if you've done anything in Nigeria, start up, start down, entrepreneur, anything, it takes a lot of hard work. You'll get to hear about the story today. You'll get to find out what Tizeti has been up to, but more importantly, to paint a picture of what the future holds for this great company. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you online, I bid you a warm welcome, and welcome to Tizeti NeXTGEN 2.0. A round of applause, please, for yourselves. Now, the gentleman I'm about to introduce needs no introduction. Now, you can Google him up, you can, read his profile on LinkedIn or Google or Wikipedia. But what you didn't know is that when this journey started in 2012, he's the kind of guy that doesn't eat outside. When they started their journey, talking about him and a friend that you'll get to meet in a couple of minutes, it was about sandwiches. It was about just taking that beverage and the grind, day in, day out. It wasn't until about 6 to 8 months before they had a chance to move to their very first office. I will share some of the very interesting stories of Tizeti and the founding fathers, so to speak. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please show some love and make welcome the founder and CEO, the one and only, I just want to call him Kendall, guys. Make some noise for Kendall, please. I'm sure we can do much, 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 much better than that. This was all a dream. And now it's a reality.
Hello? I started my career at PricewaterhouseCoopers in Nigeria, and then went for my master's at the University of Victoria in Canada, then went on to work for PricewaterhouseCoopers Canada. After that, I worked at Microsoft in Canada, building software for them, and then came back to Nigeria and worked with ExxonMobil, building and managing large oil and gas projects. What is Tizeti? Tizeti is the next-gen internet provider for Africa that's leveraging a low capex network of owned and operating towers to offer affordable unlimited internet. We do this through our three consumer-facing brands, Wi-Fi.com.ng in Nigeria, Ghana Wi-Fi in Ghana, and Wi-Fi Call, which is our voice service. Offering unlimited internet is not a trivial problem, but offering affordable unlimited internet is even a more difficult problem. And we do this using our owned and operated solar-powered towers. This is one of our towers. It's solar-powered, it's super capital efficient. We build it at 20 to 25% of the cost of our competitors. As you can see at the bottom of it, there are no generators, there are no diesel tanks. So we get a lot of cost savings from it. From even the land we lease for the towers is a lot smaller than our competition would require, because they will require space for a generator and a diesel tank. They will also require diesel every 2 to 3 days. And for us, we don't have to deal with that. Solar is very low maintenance, and all of these cost savings, we offer it to our customer in the form of unlimited internet. That's why we're able to undercut the competition and offer it at a price that is 30 to 50% less than your data capped plans. Our vision in Tizeti is to be Africa's #1 provider of voice, video, and data. And using publicly available information on the NCC's website and our internal information, Tizeti is now the #1 ISP by users and active users today. We obviously can't do this all by ourselves. We have a wonderful array of partners. We're backed by Y Combinator. We're backed by WTI, who was an early provider of debt for the young Mark Zuckerberg when he was starting Facebook. We're also backed by Social Capital, who led the SPAC revolution last summer that got a lot of retail investors in the US excited and investing in companies that IPO. We're also backed by 2 of the leading VCs that are focused in Africa, 40X and Linex Capital. We have a huge array of partners. One of our partners is Main1, one of the top submarine cable providers in the continent. And then our newest partner, Microsoft, which we announced via a partnership earlier this year. We also now have, our traffic has grown over the years, that we now have a Google cache in our data center. We're also partnered with Google-backed C-Squared in Ghana and OEMs Cambium, Nokia, and our existing partnership with Meta. We have an array of payment providers, Paystack, QuickTeller, Remitter, and our Buy Internet Now, Pay Later partner, Ella. We also have a partnership with Number that allows us reach down market. We have, obviously, we're banked by all the top bankers, Zenith Bank, Access Bank, Stanbic Bank, and Providus Bank. I also want to shout out Access because they've been a great supporter of us through opening forums for us to buy equipment in this harsh FX environment. And we're audited in Nigeria and Ghana by PwC Nigeria and PwC Ghana, respectively. "10 years. I'm trying to put 10 years in one slide. We started, just like Oscar said, in 2012, just providing internet for an estate, where I lived at the time, Friends Colony. And we started with 1 Mbps. I know 1 Mbps today can't even serve a single customer, but that's what we started with 10 years ago. We figured out how to provide internet to the estate, and over the next 2 years, we're able to then be confident enough to launch to the public when we launched in Lekki Phase 1 in 2014 as Wi-Fi.com.ng. We bootstrapped with no investors at all, and we're able to get to a $1 million ARR and 5,000 users in 2017. And in that same year, we got accepted into Y Combinator. We demoed at Demo Day and raised the largest seed round at the time of $2.1 million. That same year, we also signed a partnership with Facebook and launched Express Wi-Fi. So at 2017, we had 5,000 users. We continued on our path of building a business with fundamentals, and by the next year, we raised the Series A of $3 million, and the $2 million, we deployed it, and we're able to grow from 5,000 users to 100,000 users. And we also, in that year, generated our first ₦1 billion in revenue. Off the back of our Series A, we got very busy in 2019. We expanded outside Nigeria to Ghana and launched Ghana Wi-Fi. We secured LTE spectrum and built an LTE network. We also launched our voice service, Wi-Fi Call, and we expanded outside Lagos. All of that was a very busy 2019, and it prepared us for what we didn't know was to come in 2020, which was the COVID pandemic, where internet usage exploded. We grew to 1.8 million users in 2020, and have been growing at an exponential rate since then. By 2022, we now are almost at 3 million users, and we've had our third profitable year for a startup. And so we've been profitable for 3 out of the last 4 years, and we also achieved another feat, which is we paid our first dividend as a startup this year. And obviously, if you have a 10-year-old like I have, you know you've started to grow up. And so we needed more adult supervision and to bring in more guidance, and we expanded our board. And we've also continued our expansion within Nigeria and expanded to Oyo State, just like we informed you as NeXTGEN 1.0. And so today, currently, Tizeti has 3 hotspots service. We have 3,884 hotspot locations. We have 2.8 million users in Nigeria. And we also have built on an average of 1 tower every month since we started. We now currently deliver, yes, a round of applause, please. It takes about a month to build a tower, right? And we now deliver 190 terabytes of data a day. So put that in perspective for a layman so that you can understand what 190 terabyte. That is about 1/5 the data that Airtel, a big telco with coverage in 36 states, delivers every day. So Tizeti, with $5 million, is doing about 15 to 20% of what Airtel does across Nigeria. And so the key events, these are the dates that show our progress over the last 10 years. We launched in French Colony in June 2012, and at the end of our first financial year, we generated 25 million in revenue. We had no investors, no money. We started with 0 and 1 meg. And if you look at the exchange rate today, there are very few one-year-old startups that can deliver 25 million at 160 exchange rates. The next year, we felt very confident, and that's when we launched in 2014 as wifi.com.ng. And even as young as we are, we're able to get international press in July 2014 at one of the top Wi-Fi blogs at the time. The next year, we, as every other startup, took part in the USPF hackathon and were second runner-up. That was pivotal for us because that was one of the first times we started realizing that we're doing something great and we're being recognized by the tech ecosystem. Then at the end of that year, we had doubled revenue twice from 25 million to 100 million. That was our first 9-digit revenue. I remember I told you we were at the end of 2018, we were at $1 billion, so we 10x'd in 3 years. And then we felt more confident. We're primarily with 100 million in revenue just in the Lekki Island. And so in 2016, we launched on the mainland, starting with Yaba. And same thing, something amazing happened in 2016. We signed a partnership, a multi-million-dollar partnership with Facebook. We had no investors. We're a small little company partnering with one of the largest tech companies in the world. And that same month, we got accepted into Y Combinator in Silicon Valley. 3 months later, we demoed, and we were nominated as one of the top 7 startups at Demo Day globally, not just locally, globally. In 2018, when we deployed our seed by the time we deployed our seed funding, we're now EBITDA positive before we even raised a Series A. And then at the end of the year, like I told you before, we generated $1 billion in revenue and profitable. 2019 was our busy year where we launched Ghana Wi-Fi, LTE, and P, and in Port Harcourt. 2020, at the height of the pandemic, my team worked throughout the pandemic to expand the capacity of our network to 100 gigabits per second. Remember, we started with 1 meg, and we've grown to the point where the capacity of our network is 100 gig, which is 100,000 megs, which is 100,000 x in 8 years. And then, at the end of 2021 financial year, after 3 profitable years, we issued a dividend of 2 naira per share. In 2022, we announced our partnership with Microsoft, which would mean we have now partnered with most of the large tech companies in the world. Microsoft, Meta, Google, Netflix, obviously all our customers, all they do, well, they use a lot of Netflix. And so, I want to tell you, I know it's Tizeti's 10 today, but the idea actually started a much longer time while I was doing my master's in Canada. My school was one of the first schools in the world that had Wi-Fi outdoor in the campus. So right around January 2016, I wrote a thesis of what will happen if we all had Wi-Fi, which is broadband. So remember, this is 2G era, not a lot of people using the internet. And I said it would be great that whatever city I live in, I would love to put Wi-Fi there. But this was just me speaking it to life, right? I didn't think about it that much beyond just writing the blog post. The blog post is still up, and a lot of people refer to it online in tech because I also made a lot of predictions about things like Google Maps, things that were to come later on when we had broadband. And so, in 2012, Ifeanyi and I were thinking about doing an idea for a video on-demand streaming box, but the problem was, even if we built the box, we didn't own the movies, and there was no internet at the time that was cheap and affordable, and video consumes a lot of data. And so we figured out that the bigger problem to solve was actually the internet problem. So we sent out an email to my neighbors at the time about an internet service for 6,500 naira a month. Our calculation then was 1 meg was 180,000 naira, so we needed 30 people just to launch the service. And so we sent the email out to our estate mailing list, and I walked away. I didn't think anything of it. And the next thing, my phone started buzzing with a lot of replies. I just started getting replies. You know how estates can be, and they were like, everybody started saying, I'm interested, I'm interested, I'm interested. And we got more than the 30 signups we needed. We got almost 60 signups. And it was at that point I realized that, oh, we have to actually figure out how to deliver the internet, not just the service, right? And so we built the first tower in Agungi, and Ifeanyi and I just faith calculations and everything, it worked. That is one of the happiest things I've ever witnessed because we did not know if for sure. We're outsiders to the telecom industry at that time. And so right after we built the first tower, then became our first problem. Our first problem was keeping the power on. And so this was the solar test bed in the back of my house in French Colony. It doesn't look like the R&D lab of a Silicon Valley-based HQ startup, right? It looks like something built in Nigeria. But this was a pivotal moment where we figured out how to power our towers. And then something happened the first week after we launched. There was a huge submarine cable cut that cut almost all the submarine cables apart from one. And the only cable that was live then was the main one cable. But the only problem is our calculation was for 1 meg at 180,000 naira. So we asked anyone for a code, but we couldn't afford it. And so I went back to my existing provider. I was really upset at them. I talked to my account manager at that time and said, you guys have got to fix this because this is a 1-week-old company that is not going to survive it. People don't even believe we know how to provide internet. And so we went to Vodacom at that time, and Vodacom compensated us with 8 megs of internet for 6 months for free. That was why we were able to actually take off, because they are now giving us 8 times the internet that we had calculated for 6 months for free, for the same price we're paying for 1 meg. And everybody around, well, they were wowed by the internet, because remember there was a submarine cable car, so very few people had internet. And so they started telling their neighbors. So from Friends Colony, we got into Carlton Gate. From Carlton Gate Estate, we went to Treasure Garden Estate, and we just kept on going from that point on. And so by 2014, we started being a real company, and we got covered by this blog. This was our first press articles talking about the Lekki Wi-Fi network in Nigeria globally. And the next year, like I said, we got accepted into the USPM hackathon, and we got second runner-up, and we received 500,000 naira. The money was a lot that time, but more importantly, it showed my team, and it was key to retaining, for us hiring and retaining our team early. In fact, Tizeti is one of the only startups that still has its first employee till this date. We still have our employee number 1 working for us today. And then, late 2016, Ifeanyi and I took a leap of faith. We had no investors at that time. We had offered Y Combinator. Y Combinator had come to Nigeria, and we had offered the internet for the event just like this one. And they had encouraged us to apply to Y Combinator. But there was a little problem. Remember, we're a bootstrapped startup. We had no investors, and basically all the revenue we generate each month is what we use to run the business. And so the cost of a flight to Silicon Valley was going to disrupt our dynamics. So I sent an email to Ifeanyi, and we're like, okay, we have to pay salaries, we have to pay May1. I don't think there's money for us to go on a joyride to Silicon Valley. But we took a look of faith that if we get to Silicon Valley, that we can then progress our discussions with Facebook, because Facebook at that time, Facebook CEO at that time had come to Nigeria, which showed that they were serious about Nigeria. So Ifeanyi and I got on that plane, we borrowed the money for the flight, even though Y Combinator had promised that they will reimburse us for the flight. But you know how, those of you that have been pre-seed startup, you know there are a lot of promises. You can't really hold everybody to what they say, right? And so we went there. Our calculation was not even to get into YC, it was actually to go there so that we can meet with the Facebook team and progress the partnership, which looked like a long shot too, right? This is a small company with no investors, and just doing their work. And luckily for us, at that trip, we got accepted to YC, and we progressed the Facebook partnership, and by the time we came back, they emailed us to sign off the contract. And on the picture at the bottom here is me and Ifeanyi on that same trip where we visited Facebook's HQ and discussed with the team in the center. And the one on the right, on the far end, is where we launched Express Wi-Fi. So Facebook actually sent an exec down at the launch of Express Wi-Fi. And around 2017, I also went on a trip to Microsoft, to the HQ there in Redmond, to talk to Microsoft about a potential partnership at that time. This was on the back of raising a seed round and understanding that also Microsoft would be interested in bringing customers online. Nothing happened, but I kept on with Microsoft because this is very personal for me. It's personal for me because I learned how to code at age 12. And it was my love for Microsoft and Windows that made me become an engineer, right? And also go for my master's, apply to Microsoft, and worked for Microsoft. And over the next couple of years, we kept on talking, and in December 2021, the due diligence us. I was the one having the conversation, but they also said they wanted to speak to someone. It's only me they've been talking to. So can they speak to anybody in the company? I had a call where they wanted to make a decision. So I called Ifeanyi. I didn't even know where Ifeanyi was in the world. I'm like, Microsoft wants to talk to you. Ifeanyi was like, what? I didn't give him any background, no update. But I'm like, we have to close Microsoft. We've been on this thing a lot. But I don't know what Ifeanyi told them on that call, and we closed Microsoft in December 2021. And they came down in March of this year to launch the partnership. And so, over the last 10 years, Tizeti have generated over 11 billion in revenue. 760 people have either worked with us or are still working with us. 300, half of that is still working with us. And this is the most amazing thing for anybody that has been in the telecoms industry for so long. Tizeti has $0 in debt. We are debt-free. That has not happened. If you think of all the people that have died along the way, debt is one of the reasons. We have no debt, foreign or international. But what's also crazy is that over the 10 years we've been in business, Tizeti has only spent $404 million on marketing. Think about it for a second, which means we sponsored Big Brother twice. We're the first startup to sponsor Big Brother. We've had the conference like this twice, and we've only spent $404 million, which shows you that we are actually, the customers that are acquiring because they need the internet. Most startups today spend $400 million in their first year. We've spent only $400 million in 10 years. A round of applause for my marketing team. And so, today, my colleagues are going to talk to you about the next 10 cities we intend to expand to in Nigeria, across our existing location. Then, we'll talk to you about a super app and a new cloud service. The cloud service is very important because over the last year, we finally crossed where the traffic that is local to Nigeria and not going over the submarine cable now is more than the international traffic, which means we're doing a lot of our computing in Nigeria locally. Either folks are visiting tech startups or websites that are domiciled here in Nigeria. And then a bunch of partners will come here and make a lot of presentations. Very interesting presentation. One of the ones I'm even excited about is one about TSAS, which is a edutech startup. Another one I'm interested about, very interesting, is a lady is going to talk to you about creating wealth online, which builds on what I talked about last year on angel investing in startups. I hope those that came here yesterday, you made one investment in a tech startup over the last 1 year. Because one of the crazy things about what happened in NeXTGEN 1.0 is all the presenters that came here, amazing things happened to their business. Main One got acquired for $320 million. Kudi and Reliance HMO, speakers last year in NeXTGEN 1.0, also raised their next round at north of 200 million and became YC top companies. Ayala even surpassed all of that and has raised their round at an even higher valuation. So I'm super excited what happens to all the partner business when we come to NeXTGEN 3.0. Then my CTO is going to come and tell you about our network improvements that we're making, because we're always upgrading our network from the 1 Mbps we had to the 100 gigabits per second. Then we're going to demo our new service offering, which, based on the feedback we've been getting from people, that is not only unlimited internet that people are interested in, they want a lot of speed at a higher price. And so my team is going to demo our new service offering that is better than anything that MTN is trying to launch, or any of the 5G partners, or any of the fiber providers, or SpaceX Starlink. Trust me, the demo will blow your mind. And then Ifeanyi is going to come here and tell you about our plan of connecting new African countries. So I know last year I was the one that presented, so I want you to see my wonderful co-founder who does most of the work. I just come to present the work that is done by my team. And then lastly, if you are going to miss anything, don't miss the last presentation, where I'll come out and tell all of our role in building the next frontier. So everybody has a role here, and I'm going to share it. That is the most interesting presentation that you're going to see. So please, stay with us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, big shout out to Kendall and the amazing Tizeti team. So it's quite a lot happening today. For those of you online, Zoom, Facebook, great to have you here, and of course YouTube as well. Big shout out to you. Feel free to drop comments in the comment section. Just wishing Tizeti a happy 10th anniversary. Now, Kendall was mentioning about the startup days in the beginning, how they started off, the bootstrapping and stuff, and this is unscripted, but I thought the presentation is nice, but what about like flesh and blood of the actual journey? So we have in the house one of their earliest customers, because they literally used to move from door to door, installing, collecting the money, physically, not transfer back then. Okay, where are you? There we go. Please make some noise for okay. Can you just stand up, please? One of the loyal customers. But that's not what I'm even here for. I want gist. It's gist. No, please stand up. We want gist. Can you just let us know that very first day, first visit, first interaction with Kendall? Can you remember what happened?
Okay, sons. I'll talk about the first visit when they came to the estate.
To install.
Well, it was to test.
Yeah.
It was him and Ifeanyi. So that's the story I remember very vividly in my head. I think Ifeanyi was carrying like a receiver device, walking around the street, and to see how far he could pick the signals from, and I'll follow them from one street to the other, and it was eventually it proved that they could transmit the signal from the gate of the estate up to the last street.
Wow.
To the extent. So once they were able to confirm they could pick the signal that far, then they could decide where to locate the mast and start providing service. So really it was a joy, the technical achievement at that point.
Okay, you're a very unusual Nigerian, because we see Tizeti now, it looks nice and the whole lot. But back then, they just looked like two guys knocking on your door. What gave you the confidence to say, enter my house, come and install?
Okay, well, I would say the confidence wasn't there, let's tell the truth. But the point is, I'm an engineer as well. And it's generally we like hands-on. And when you see two people hands-on, checking things, tweaking things, doing things, you get excited and you want to be part of it. So that's part of what excited me about them. So that.
And what internet are you using now?
I have Tizeti.
Yeah, there's only one answer. So, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause to okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate your loyalty, and I'm sure there are a lot of loyal customers online as well. Wherever you are, if you have your story, just give them a shout out as well. Moving on very quickly, we have this is the money man, the VP of marketing. But before then, I want to just give a big shout out to the chairman of Tizeti in the person of Emmanuel Ikazobo. Where are you, sir? I know you're here somewhere. Okay, there you are. Great to have you, sir. And for those of you online, we will be communicating with you, so pay attention in the chat section. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome the VP Marketing, Temi Tokwe.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Temi Tokwe Oshurinde. I'm the Vice President for Marketing at Tizeti, and I'm responsible for retail sales, marketing, and the brand experience. I was previously head of marketing communications at Main One, now an electronics company, and I was head of marketing at Veraki, previously known as Accenture, Nigeria. In May 2000, popular British publication, The Economist, published a dire report on Africa titled The Hopeless Continent. In the report, The Economist stressed that the new millennium had brought more disaster than hope to Africa, and referenced the famines in Ethiopia, the mass murders in Uganda, and the string of wars across the continent. Despite the increase in multi-party democracy across the continent and the rise of a new breed of leaders, there was a failure to translate this into sustainable growth. Annual growth, year on year, was less than 3%. Africa consistently remained at the bottom of every human development table. And then, we had over 45% poverty rates across the continent. Exactly 11 years later, The Economist ate its words. In its new inspirational report, Africa Rising, it acknowledged that the fastest growing economies in the world at the time were in Africa. Ghana, Ethiopia, Mozambique. 6 out of the top 10 fastest growing countries were in Africa. Africa grew at a 6% clip year on year. In fact, faster growth than the Asian tigers. And then there was a rise of a genuine middle class. And during this period, our own African Nigerian billionaire he overtook Oprah Winfrey to become the richest black person. So the economists talked about what happened, but they didn't say why it happened. And that's what I'm going to do today. Between 2007 and 2012, over $3 billion went into the construction of submarine cables. Seacoms, Teams, Glow One, Main One, Easy, Wax. And these submarine cables promised 10 times the capacity of the existing old generation submarine cable SAR-3. And they provided faster internet, more reliable international communications, and of course, lower prices. Since then, there has been more activity in submarine cable vertical. And corporations like Main One are expanding from West Africa into other parts of Africa. Today, Africa has 120 Tbps capacity, available capacity, which should be enough to get everybody in Africa connected on limited internet, 24/7. However, leased capacity is believed to be between 10% and 30%. The difference between available capacity and leased capacity underscores the structural challenges that we have in this space. The absence of last mile and middle mile infrastructure that moves the capacity from the shores where the submarine cable lands and moves them into the country, into the states, in our homes and offices. It is only when we can do this that we can truly stimulate entrepreneurial and commercial activity and lead to future sustainable growth outcomes. Tizeti is building this fiscal infrastructure for digital economy. We're leveraging our solar-powered base stations to widen the internet access, to widen internet barriers, and provide unlimited internet access, unlimited, cost-efficient, and always available. We're currently in Nigeria and Ghana, but our plan, obviously, is to take over Africa. In Nigeria, we're currently in Oyo, Ogun, Lagos, Edo, and Rivers, but we plan to expand to 10 more states within the next 12 months. Delta, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Abia, Anambra, Imo, Enugu, Abuja, Kano, and Kaduna. And in Ghana, we've covered 80% of Accra, we're in Tema, and we're in Kasua. And we plan to expand more within Accra to Teshe, also cantonments, North Ridge, and Amasaman. And outside Accra, to new regions, Kumasi and Takoradi. We believe that these locations offer the most significant potential demand for broadband expansion, and we have looked at their population, their relative contribution to GDP, the prevalence of higher or tertiary institutions there, and other pull factors. By the time we're done, 38 million Nigerians and 3 million Ghanaians who previously were outside the broadband envelope will now have access to reliable and unlimited internet connectivity. A round of applause, please. Tizeti offers unlimited, fiber-connected, and best-in-class connectivity up to 150 Mbps. And we have tried to maintain a very cost-effective offering in every location. In Nigeria, we're currently 12.5, we're still 12.5, and in Ghana, we're 200 Ghana cedis. if you are in these locations, the new locations we're going to, or you have people, please, you can pre-sign up on www.wifi.com.ng/pre-sign up. As I have stressed, we have seen that the previous broadband infrastructure expansion has led to strong, sustainable growth on the continent. But we have to move from focusing on capital cities to smaller cities, widening the broadband envelope, and giving access to people, young people, hardworking, dynamic, enterprising, who previously were outside the broadband envelope, but can participate and contribute to the digital economy. Brilliance may be evenly distributed, but opportunity isn't. It is until we provide the right enablement, the right digital infrastructure, and the right parameters to ensure that we drive digital transformation, we improve human development indices, and we lead strong, sustainable growth. It is only then that we can truly, that Africa can truly be the next frontier. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Timmy Tokwe. Big shout out to you, the marketing man. All the money comes your way, ish. Gentlemen and ladies, great to have you. It's still NeXTGEN 2.0, and in front of you is a gentleman who he shares the history with Tizeti, specifically talking about when they were in the incubator stage at YC with his own company, Termi. Make noise, make welcome Emmanuel Bolade, the CEO and co-founder of Termi. They're into customer retention. Show him some love, guys. Come on.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being seated, and welcome to Tizeti's NeXTGEN. Standing on existing protocol, I would like to acknowledge everyone here, including the chairman of Tizeti and every team member. Just a very, maybe let me say, a very quick thing, right? Yeah, like an interesting note. What the Tizeti is doing is very, very pivotal, and it's interesting to me as a person because, true talk, right? I think when the Tizeti was still in YC, I was still, like hustling my company from the early stage, basically. And I've literally drawn a sketch about why internet connectivity is a problem, right, in Nigeria, basically, and how to, supercharge that, basically, right? But one of those years, I looked at the plans and I looked at the internet providers already. I was like, well, let somebody else solve this problem. And I'm glad that Tizeti is solving that excellent problem, basically. But for me, I said, you know what, let me pitch my tent somewhere else, right? Somewhere less, less stressful, basically, because what Tizeti is doing is a lot of work, right? And so we focus more on retention and messaging, basically, which is a subset of what Tizeti is doing. And I'm proud to say that we partner with Tizeti also in that area, basically. All right, just a quick one. So I'm here to talk more about customer retention, right? And why it is important, and why it's like the bedrock of most of the things that we do, even in the digital economy. So what is customer retention, basically, right? So like Kendall said the other time, startups get to the point where initially you spend a lot of money trying to acquire customers, right? You basically spend, some hundreds of naira, some even in dollars, basically, just trying to get that customer filling the customer funnel for a very long time, right? And we forget the fact that these customers have to be retained, right? These customers have to be, they have to stay. And like he said, very interesting point. He says when you get to the Series A stage and the Series B stage, then you start realizing that you are churning some of those customers. And you realize that, wait, I need to keep these guys, right? So what do we do, to keep this particular set of customers, basically, right? And there are many things, right? Technology is one of those things, Technology is one of those key things that you use to keep those customers. And you mentioned something interesting, which is something that I started realizing even in my own business, which is that point of automating a lot of the processes, right? Automating some of these things, utilizing infrastructures. And a lot of these infrastructures are built on the bedrock of Tizeti, in terms of, for example, you can't even talk about interacting with customers or customers interacting with your business, if they cannot connect effectively, online, basically, right? And it's really a problem. We have, for example, in my company, we do something around, we use WhatsApp a lot, right? We have businesses that engage customers via WhatsApp, verify customers, send out OTPs to validate transactions, and we work with organizations like Kuda Bank, Paystack, Chipper Cash, and a bunch of that, right? And then you basically look at the fact that these customers of these companies cannot even interact with the businesses if they can't effectively connect to the internet, right? So that's one of the core infrastructure, and internet has to be fast to really do that because transactions are happening in real time. So a lot of these things have to operate, right? We work with Tizeti on the voice side, right? And you need the infrastructure to make that transaction happen effectively, basically. And so that's one side of the technology, which is the the physical, or I would say the internet infrastructure side. There are other parts of it in terms of technology, right? And for that technology, so basically you see, no, let's move on. Yeah, so basically you see that there are other forms of technology that makes this, retention work, customer retention work effectively, right? And part of that part is somewhere where we also play, which is the messaging infrastructure, right? But before I go much into that, let's just look at something. According to Harvard Business Review, acquiring new customers costs, like they say, 5 times more than satisfying and retaining customers, right? And which is true, like I just mentioned, is extremely difficult because once a customer touch base with your product, if they drop off, acquiring them back is a very serious problem. And one of the key things that is very key, let's move on. One of the very key things that, ensures that customers stay connected or glue with your product, right, is also how you interact with these customers, right? So customer retention is really embedded in interaction, right? Interacting with the customers, being able to collect feedback effectively from the customers, being able to upsell these customers effectively, even with reducing the cost, right? Reducing your marketing cost is also essential because the truth is that if you can increase the customers, if you can upsell them, basically, you won't have to spend more money trying to get them back on your product, basically. And what Disney said, he says, do what you do so well, that when you see it again and bring their that's when, that's what your customers will want to see your product and they will want to bring their friends to also use it. And we have this slogan at my office, right, that the first time a customer interacts with your product, you have to ensure that the experience they have with that product is so good that they want to come back, right? They want to come back, and even when you offer them something else, they want to utilize that product over and over again. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah, so basically it's about building, intentional relationship with customers. That's what is really built on, right? Even before the technology part, right? Building intentional relationships, providing memorable experience, and ensuring that value is added to the customer. But I want to quickly jump to what you call the technology and the infrastructure bit. Let's move on. I want to jump there because that's very crucial to the interaction part. Exactly. So Kendall mentioned something. He said, you get to a point as a company or a startup or a business is where you need to automate a lot of these processes, how you interact with them. See, at the seed stage or the early stage of a company, you can do a lot of things manually, right? You can send emails manually, you can call customers manually, but when you begin to scale to, for example, over almost 3 million users, right? That's ridiculous if you want to call customers one by one. It's not possible, right? So you need to build a lot of things to automate these processes. How you engage them, extremely key. In fact, in my own mind, I think that's really the top of the list, automating the interaction. That's how it is, two-way communication. You send out something to customers, they respond to you, right? You get their feedback, you iterate on that feedback, right? And then you build something amazing and awesome for that customer. That's very key. Then another thing that Tizeti does well is keeping things simple, right? You know, it sounds somehow, it looks like a small feat, right? Saying that they don't consume too much space where they put their mast and all of that, and trying to use solar and all of that. Sometimes you look at, well, why are you doing that? Why not do it the way every other person is doing it? No, efficiency at times is just keeping things simple, and that's one thing I really love. What do you call it, about any business that is scaling? Keeping things simple, basically, right? Is extremely important, in everything that you do. And even in interacting with customers, you see that customers, at times, they don't want noise. Even if you call a customer that, I want to offer you this, I want to offer you that, the first thing they will jump straight is, how much is it? And how reliable is it? They don't want all the marketing jargons that you have to tell them. They just want to know, does this thing work, and what is the cost? And interacting with them on that simple level, telling them what they want to hear, and delivering that value is extremely essential. For me, my company, one thing that we do is keeping things simple like that, right? Ensuring that that interaction with us is extremely simple. I asked myself at some point, I said, at the core of our business, who are we, right? And I said, well, at the core, we are just a messaging company, to be honest, right? And we play in that communication space. And why can't we build a lot of things that make this messaging interactive, make it extremely fast? The speed is really great. When you push a message to the customer, he gets it immediately fast. And can't we make that promise to our customers and deliver on that single point? And since that time when I made that decision, right, it's been like a roller coaster for us, because you know what the customer wants and you're delivering on that value. For Tizeti, that's mind is speed, right, and affordability, and they deliver on that. And that's really one thing that you use to keep customers a lot. Another thing is monitoring and observing customers' trend, right? In customer retention, one thing that is key is monitoring the data flow. And I think that Tizeti does that extremely well, right? Monitoring the data flow, right? Knowing how customers are interacting with you and ensuring that you offer additional services or additional perks to customers based on how you see their interaction with your service, basically. Yeah. So, what does technology tool play in increasing the customer retention, right? Like I just said, it offers quick access to customer data, insight, and tools necessary to serve customers, right? And with the right technology, you are able to monitor customers' trend, right? If you're using automative tools like, say, Wi-Fi call, for example, I'm very sure that you'll be able to access the data of the interaction between your business and these customers. Or if you're using customer retention tools like Termite, right, you get to access deep data around how customers are interacting with your content, with your messages, with your campaigns, with your, whatever interaction that you're having with customers, you get to see that, and which is extremely key, right, in doing that. And if there's one thing you would take away from this event is, as a business, or even as an individual that is starting something, right, you need to pay attention to how customers interact with your business. That's the bedrock of whatever software or whatever tool that you are building within this particular space. Yeah, please. So, what are brands like this using, right? Like I mentioned before I started, we work with some of the top brands, in Nigeria currently. And one thing that they use for customer retention is Termite, right? I said we don't do what Tizeti does. They do it very well, right? But we focus more on that messaging interaction, right? And we actually rely on Tizeti's rail to make this work effectively for our customers, right? And some of these customers, because of Tizeti and some of the amazing things they are doing, they're extremely happy with our products, right? A lot of them have been with us for 2 years. And we've been with Tizeti for that long also, basically, right? Interacting with some of their APIs, basically. And that has made our service efficient, our service really great. And we've expanded to even having over 6,000 businesses on the continent, processing more than 200 million messages. And I'm happy to be a partner with Tizeti. And I will just leave you with one word, right? Whatever you cannot measure, you cannot grow. So if you are doing customer retention, focus on measuring this interaction and do it well, keep it simple. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can't measure that applause, though. Great presentation, Golade. Thank you so much. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are off to a great start. It is NeXTGEN 2.0. And for those of you online, great to have you with us as well. I'll come and read some of the comments you've dropped, but if you want to wish Tizeti a happy 10th birthday, feel free to do so as well. We have another presentation. Of course, there are a lot of partners. The journey of 10 years has been made possible by very strategic partnerships, some of them old, some of them new, and some of them in the future. So I want you to take just a couple of minutes to let all of this sink in. This story you are hearing is something out of a fairy tale, if I can use that word. If there was ever an entrepreneurial fairy tale book, the story of Tizeti is one of them. But the reality, the hard work, the bootstrapping, and basically the journey has been quite a remarkable one. I am looking very much forward to the presentation in terms of that device over there. It's one of a kind. I got a glimpse of what it could do earlier on, and you're in for a great surprise. For those of you online, feel free to just put in the hashtag NeXTGEN 2.0, all right, so that we can track and follow your conversation as well. Next up is another company. Now, this company, they're into the digital education space. When it comes to that world, a lot of our kids now, a lot of schools are basically online. So from the days of our mathematics, what was the name of that mathematics book we used to use? What was it? So let me get because I don't know what you guys are talking about. I wasn't born then, you know. Where's the microphone? Yeah, is it on? So who is bold enough to give me the name of that mathematics book? Understanding. Where is she? Please take the mic to the young lady there. I want to see how understanding mathematics helps you in life. What's your name? No, please, come on. What's your name?
My name is Lillian Ubong.
Lillian. Please, could you write? Please, a round of applause to Lillian. Make some noise for Lillian. Yeah. Yeah, understanding our head too, Abby. So, understanding mathematics, Abby. What else do you remember? Which other textbook do you remember?
You mean in maths?
No, generally in school.
There was Macmillan.
Come on, guys. Oh, yeah, give me names now.
There was Lacombe's here. There was Macmillan as well.
Macmillan. Oh, there's a lady in front here. Let me get her. Kakom. Ooh! Kakom. No, I called it Kakom. And then I was corrected when I was a bit older. Lacombe. It was in series now. I remember. Who else again? Anyone else? KP what?
That was OKK. That's for the people who did physics.
Yeah, we know OKK. There's a gentleman there that is itching over there. That one looks like he bought the book, but he didn't read it. That man over there. Raise up you know yourself. Don't be ashamed. Who else is there? What book is that? Huh? What? Which school did you go to? Say it with your full chest. What's the name?
Ugo.
Who knows the book? Wait, did I grow up in the same Nigeria as you guys? What's Ugo Sugo? What's that? Anyone else from this side? Let's see, there should be someone here. So nobody did English, further maths. Writer Grammarly.
Writer grammar.
The grammar. This is my school, didn't work for me. Who else is there? Let's just take one more. Who else is there? Yeah, the gentleman in pink there. Now, where are all those books now? They forced us to read it.
Economics made easy.
See them? You know those are got C and D. Anyway, so the point is times have changed and everything has moved online. And the next company is very vast in that. I think we're ready for them. So ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome from Tizeti, the CEO, Osai. Come on, guys. He's going to give you a free t-shirt, too. Yeah.
Good morning. So, throughout my time I was sitting down here, I had some really interesting numbers. 2.9 million users, only 404 million naira spent over 10 years in marketing, 11 billion in revenue. And you know, as those numbers kept going, I was wondering, at what point does this hall stand up and give the Tizeti team a round of applause? Come on, guys, stand up and give the Tizeti team a round of applause. Gentlemen and ladies, this is Nigeria, a country where we've seen exchange rates quadruple. A country where, come on, you can do better. Thank you. That's what I expected. Thank you very much. I just want to say a big kudos to Kendall, Ifeanyi, Temitope, and the rest of the leadership team and the board of Tizeti. You guys are doing something transformational. For the environment, you're not pouring out CO2, no diesel. From French colony to Carlton Gate, to now you're talking about being in Tema, talking about being in Oyo, in Benin. That is how you transform an economy. That is how you make real difference. And all of this with no debt. Come on, that is impressive. So what I'm about to talk to you guys today about is connected schools, connected people. But there is a more underlying message that opportunities like these, when I get them, I have to use it. To talk about what we need to do as a people. When I mean as a people, I'm not just talking about Nigeria. I'm talking about Africa, to transform this continent. Kendall did not get here if he did not have access to quality education. He got here because himself and Ifeanyi were educated as engineers. And I was really excited. Even their first customer was an engineer. And when he was asked, why did you believe in these two young men moving around, struggling with cables, trying to understand where the network is? He said, well, it wasn't because I had any confidence. It was because I was an engineer. And when I see engineers trying to create something, I get excited. I want to support them. That should tell us something as a people. That education, in all its ramifications, is what is going to transform our country and our continent. And until we begin to invest in that transformation through the instrumentality of access to quality education, we are not going to make a difference, no matter how much we spend. And that was why I left a cozy job working for a Fortune 10 company to go start TISAS. I left a job where I was probably one of the youngest ever operations manager because I was passionate about transforming my country and Africa. So I'm going to talk to you today about TISAS, about how connecting schools, connecting people, giving them access to the kind of internet service that the Tizeti team is providing can truly transform lives now and into the future. So education has evolved. The education landscape today is not what most of you experienced. I've heard Odiaka, Ugosigo, all of that is good. But in the digital knowledge economy that our children are going to compete in, a lot of the skills that we've spent 20 years through the academic system learning are going to be obsolete, completely obsolete. The teaching methods are evolving. Children at 7 are beginning to learn how to interact with Node.js, Python, JavaScript. Kendall said he learned how to code at 12. Guess what? Bill Gates learned that too at 12. If they had no access to digital education, to new forms of learning, I'm not sure even Kendall will be here today. So the landscape is evolving, and evolving really fast. Now, there is a significant bifurcation occurring. The developing economies and the less developed economies like ours are moving in opposite directions with respect to how education systems evolve. But unfortunately, when they come out of that education system, they all meet again in the same global marketplace, where they will now have to compete with children who have been exposed to new, revolutionary educational methods, and they are still wondering how to go about solving algebra, reading Ugo, while a child that was born in Netherlands, that was born in the US, is talking about how to design new AIs, is thinking through systems that would put people on Mars. Large countries don't go to Mars or go to the moon because they want to have a chip on their shoulder. They do that because in that process, they develop technologies that will transform how you and I interact with the world we know. That is why they do those large projects, not because they want to say, oh, I put somebody on Mars. So the only way we can bridge that gap, gentlemen and ladies, is by digitalizing education. Technology, in many respects, creates a level playing field. And until, as a people, we become aware of that gift, we're missing the point. Today, if I want to learn about solar panels, if I want to learn about new coding languages, with Google, I have the same opportunity as a child who is in Silicon Valley. With Google, my child has the same opportunity as a child in Tel Aviv in Israel. So technology creates a significant level field. And if we tap into it, we can begin to bridge the gaps ahead of us. So what is a connected school? A connected school is a community where teachers, parents, school leaders, all of the critical stakeholders that are required to develop the total child, please underline that word, the total child. We're not just talking about academics. When a child can think in multiple dimensions, it is not necessarily because he understands 1 + 1. Social emotional learning skills, collaborative skills, accountability, those things go into the educational process. And a connected school is an environment where all stakeholders understand that and are working together to deliver on that vision. Now, the goals for that connected school can be specific, but it can also be broader. And that is why at TSAS, we don't just focus on the A and the B, the 1 and 2s, or the algebras. We focus on the total child. Just yesterday, we announced our partnership with Franklin Covey, the largest leadership organization in the world, leadership training organization in the world. Now, for many of you here, you may have heard about or read at some point about Stephen Covey and his work with leadership, developing leaders, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. It's a bestseller. His son, Sean Covey, has written about the 7 habits of highly effective teams. So what have we done at TSAS? we've struck a partnership with them, an exclusive partnership for Africa, to bring video lessons that will teach children in an engaging and indigenously adapted way the 7 habits of highly effective people. Now, thank you. Now, what is that going to do for us? Today on the app, we teach them academics. We teach them how to know the maths, the sciences. But because we're focused on the total child, we are collaborating with schools all across the country and Africa to introduce the Leader in Me. Now, that Leader in Me program would create a culture of leadership, a culture of accountability that would help children truly imbibe the 7 habits of highly effective people. And all of that will be delivered through the digital content or the digital platform that we've built, which is the TISAS education app. But how do we do that if we're not connected? We can't send those videos. We can't send those e-books through the sky, like what they call witches and wizards those days, that they're flying through trees and all of that. It's not going to happen. We need partners that deliver reliable, consistent, and most importantly, affordable internet access. And that is why I am super excited and super proud of what Tizeti, working with their partners, Main One, Microsoft, and others, is doing to liberalize access to the internet. So thank you once again, Tizeti, for the good work. Now, why is the work to build a connected school community important? For one, it enhances learning outcomes. Time and time again, it's been proven that when all stakeholders are aligned on developing the total child, the results are significantly different. For example, on the TISAS education app, we have a companion parent app called the TISAS Parent app. Now, what does that do? Every time your child is on the TISAS education app, with the TISAS Parent app, you have clear insights into what they do, and as they watch a suite of videos and take the test and practice questions, you get first-hand information on their performance. All the results go back to you as the parent. So that way, as a deliberate parent, you can clearly tell the educational gaps that your child is facing, and you can get really involved. With that shared responsibility, you as a parent can have a direct influence on how your child's education transforms. Now, this is not something that a lot of us experienced growing up. A lot of us depended on the teacher, maybe at the end of the term or when our parents come to visit us in boarding house to get feedback. Okay, is Junior behaving? Junior is doing well, or he's being bullied, or he's a bully, or he's not flunking mathematics. But with an app that connects all the stakeholders, the moment Junior gets on the app and takes a mathematics practice test question, you know very clearly that Junior is struggling with LCM or is struggling with another fundamental concept, and you can immediately intervene. Hey, Junior, go watch those videos again. Hey, Junior, come, let's talk about it. What help do you need? That is what connectedness does. Getting all stakeholders, parents, teachers, working together in unison to transform the child. Plus, there are other things that a connected environment will do. Increasing learning opportunities for children. No child learns the same. For parents here, even if you have twins, they think differently, the level of assimilation could be different. That, again, is where platforms like TISAS really differentiates itself. With our artificial intelligence capabilities, we can watch the trend, the learning journey of your child, and give them content that is suitable to their learning pace so that they can develop at their own pace. One of the problems with today's education is that we try to force-feed every child at the same pace with the same content because we think they belong to the same age group. Again, that is why I made the case for change by saying education is evolving, has evolved. Many developing economies have changed that strategy. And even though children can be in the same class groups, the content they receive the pace of education can be differentiated. One of the ways you do that effectively is by connecting those schools to the internet and giving them digital platforms, educational apps like TSAs to transform their learning journeys. Now, we've talked about the benefits. We've made a case for change. How do you actually create these connected school communities? Obviously, you need access to high-speed internet services that are reliable, that are consistent, and that are affordable. Imagine a situation where a school in Makoko has access to high-speed internet, has access to online learning platforms like TSAs, where a child that is growing up in Makoko can read the 7 habits, can watch videos that talk about effectiveness, that talk about collaboration. Today we hear stories, very terrible stories, bullying in schools, child pornography. These are all symptoms of a deeper problem around socio-emotional learning. And these are the kind of problems that can be solved very easily at a fraction of the cost that we deal with today using online learning platforms, apps like TSAs, and driving that connectedness. Finally, there must be awareness and a strong commitment within the stakeholders. And when I'm talking stakeholders, I'm talking the government, parents, teachers, and the general public. We all must be committed to transforming education in Nigeria and in Africa. That is the only way we can build leaders that will drive this country in the direction that we can all be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, make some noise for Osai. Great presentation there. Very colorful. Please, where can we get the tops? Osai, where can we get the tops? You have to give. All right, ladies and gentlemen, those online still here, still having a great time. Welcome to Tizeti NeXTGEN 2.0. It's 10 years of Tizeti, a journey that has only just begun, but judging by the story so far, it is a remarkable one. And talking about stories, we have in our midst a woman who is no stranger to beginnings, to startups. I'll give you 320 million reasons why. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome as we recognize the presence of the founder and CEO of Main One, now Main One Equinox, yes, the one and only Mrs. Funke Okweke. Thank you so much for being here, ma. The truth, ma, is that they're clapping, but they're just hearing 320 million. They think it's in your bag somewhere. The money doesn't all go to her, guys, so it took me a while to understand how that works. But thank you for the work you do, the remarkable change that you've had in that sector as well. And you'll hear from Main One in a couple of minutes. But before then, it is a great pleasure to invite another friend of the family. This time, she's someone that actually went to university with our founder. Who's from Uniben here? Anyone from Uniben? You're not proud to shout, have you? Shout it now. Wow. Took you a while. It's okay, you can put your hand down. School has finished, you've graduated, like life has happened. Let it go. Ladies and gentlemen, she is focused on customer success. That's why she's the Chief Customer Success Officer at InterSwitch. But she's here in a capacity as a friend to the founder and, of course, a friend to the Tizeti family. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the one and only Oreme. Make some noise for Oreme, people.
Hello, everyone. Greatest Uniben. All right, for those, my name is Oreme Aka. I am currently responsible for customer success at InterSwitch. For those of you that don't know, Kendall was my classmate in electrical electronics engineering. We graduated together in 2002. Kendall was our scholar. Then, when results come out and they say, results are out, oh, hey, how many did Kendall get? How many Kendall get? That's how when they say Kendall got 5, you now say, okay, maybe I'll get 4, by God, you know. So I'm really excited to stand here today. I stand on all existing protocol. Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. Funke Okweke, thank you for being our flagship bearer. And thank you, everyone. The team at Tizeti, well done. I have some experience, and I know what it is to be in a startup. I've been at InterSwitch for 20 years. I was also in the startup with them at the time. So I know the sacrifice, the commitment, and the connection to a vision that is important for any startup to succeed. Today, I'll be speaking very briefly on scaling customer service for fast growth startups in Africa. Now, I love the context of Africa. I'm an African, I have no shame. I mean, I love being African, and I'm excited, and I look forward to Africa taking her place, even as she does so. All right, so give some context. Now, startups in Africa have grown at the rate of about 46% versus the global average of 8%. So that tells you that definitely Africa is the headquarters of startups. And Lagos, of course, is the headquarters of the headquarters. Well done. You know, so that's amazing statistics. Now, let's also think the fact that in addition to being the start, these startups are also attracting funding. Teasers, Osayi, well done. You know, you can see EdTech there, number 5 in the category. Before, a few years ago, that didn't exist. This is because entrepreneurs are pushing. You know, entrepreneurs are defying the odds. They are attracting funding. They are challenging the status quo, all in Africa. So we know about the fact that the African startups are attracting funding, and the headquarters for startups is here. Now, this is the map of the world. But if you look at this map, if you're a statistician or you're interested in statistics, if you consider this world if you remap the world map from a population perspective, this is what it looks like. Africa is the green bloated one there. You can see America is lean, Australia is almost just a line, right? Japan, you know, you can't see, Europe is tiny. This is looking at the world from a population perspective, because globally, Africa will account for the highest population of people, young people, by the year 2050. We can already see that today. Now, but what's the implication of all this context? The African consumer will not be left behind. We can already see that. We've heard, I mean, look at what Tizeti is doing with internet. The demand is huge, and I can tell you we are just scratching the surface. There's so much more. The African consumer deserves more, and we must deliver more. So the summary of the context, okay, I love this. And now when you think of I'm talking about customer service for startups. But you know, it's very important to understand. I teach a class on operations strategy. And it's very important to understand that customer service cannot stand alone. Customer service must be an integral part of your operation strategy and your corporate strategy. And I say that because, you know, people have a business plan. They say, this is my business plan. They have the financial plan. And when they are done, they now say, okay, what's the customer plan? What's the customer service plan? After they've developed the product, after they've launched, perhaps. That's an error. For you to scale, you must embed the strategy for customer service with operation strategy, and you must consistently, what I call, reconcile, align, and realign your internal operations, your internal processes with the market reality if you want to scale in any business, and specifically if you want to scale in customer service. So the summary of the context is the fact that Africa is the headquarters of startups, and these startups are being backed by funding. And for anything in Africa to last, it must be built to scale. And finally, customer service is not a standalone, but an integral part of the overall business strategy. Now, that said, to scale customer service, what do you need? Really, it's 4 things. Number 1, you must have your processes in place, your platforms and enabling technology, your people, and the last, which I've spoken about briefly, constant reconciliation. Now, when I say processes, different strokes at different levels of maturity. For example, when we started InterSwitch 20 years ago, reconciliation was using an Excel sheet, and it worked. Why? Because we were processing 5 transactions per day. Per month, we're processing 20 transactions per month. Today, we are processing over 900 million transactions. There's no way you can use Excel. But at that time, if you had taken technology, let me pay for this technology, you will waste money, you will waste time, because you'll be using a hammer to kill an ant. So I always say technology must be in alignment with where you are at that point in time. So if you are a startup, say 0 to 3 years, you don't need the technology that Amazon is using. That's not the, you just need what works. What is very important for an early startup is for you to define the process. Again, from the customer side, it may mean a manual writing down. You know what? Any automation you plan to do, people get carried away with technology automation, and it's good. But sustainable technology is built on details. So you must get into the details. You must roll up your sleeves, define what is that process. Customer, I want to serve the customer. How, for example, I want customer, you are selling data like Tizeti is. They're giving access to the internet. Okay, customers want to buy. If it's a one-man, not a company, maybe just me, I'm buying for my house. How can I access it easily? How can I pay easily? If my payment fails, how can I ensure we tell customers this is how to get your money back? When my data is exhausted and customers want to check how much they've used because you want them to trust the system, how can they check easily? You may have to, as a startup, you have to start by detailing these processes one by one. When you see the map, then you can automate on it. And that takes us to the next thing, which is platforms and enabling technology. This is never first. It must come on the back of the details that has been done. And again, as I said, for a 0 to 3, a startup that is yet 0 to 3, what the technology you need at that time, the level of automation is different to the one that is maybe 3 to 6 years. Of course, it's great to plan for the future. But as a startup, and I keep emphasizing in Africa, where we don't have money to throw away, where we are not in Silicon Valley, and so you don't have the, you don't have largesse to just say, oh, I can afford to pump money in and I'll start making money later in life. I can assure you, if that's what Tizeti was doing, we may not be here today. So when you are thinking of your platforms and enabling technology, it must be relative to what applies to you at that time, still making provision to scale into the future. Of course, we've talked of customer service. Someone spoke about the ability, terming, yes. He talked of automation. Automation is very critical. But if you automate an inefficient process, guess what? You will have inefficient automation. So automation is not an end in itself. It's not an elixir that can put on top of anything and it will work. If the process was not well defined, the enabling technology will be inefficient. Then let's talk of people. When we talk of people in customer service, of course, people think of a call center, just train them, just, pick up the phone, hello, smile at the customer. It's more than that. Now we have come to a point where human beings want real connection. So the customer service that wins is when you can sell a vision. I know normally when people think customer service, they just think of throw contract staff into some call center, give them the barest training, and just tell them, make sure you pick up the phone fast. But what about if you are able to craft a vision? A vision for what you want to achieve. That's why it's only purposeful companies that have a real purpose that will be able to scale when it comes to customer service. And you are able to sell that vision to your staff. Even if they are contract staff, you let them know that they are more than picking a call. They are more than answering an email. They are actually contributing life to somebody. Everybody wants to know that they are connected to a bigger purpose. But of course, when it comes to people, training is very important. Consistent training, relevant training, the right mindset. This time around, it's very important to do health check on your staff. Not just, emotional check. Make sure your staff, not just that they come to work, how are they doing? How are they doing at home? Because all that, a staff that is stressed at home, when he comes, he will not be able to deliver good customer service. So that said, then I like this final one, constant reconciliation. It's about ensuring, I mentioned before, you are checking Someone said, what you cannot measure, you can't improve. You are checking what is the impact of my service on business. Customer service should not be a cost center. You can actually use it to drive revenue. It can actually be a strategic lever that you use to sell, right? So you at every point in time, you must be checking what are the numbers coming out of my service area. And don't just think customer service from when customers have a problem. From the moment go, when a customer is interested in your solution, customer service starts. When they say, how much is this product? The way you respond. When they say, oh, is that not a bit too much? The way you respond, the way you interact. Is it easy for your customers to get information? When they get information, are they getting complete information? Now, that constant reconciliation is ensuring at every point you are taking the matrices from your service, operations, and all that sales, and you are reconciling it with where the company is going to. In InterSwitch, we call it the landing zone. You are reconciling with the landing zone. From what Kendall has shown here today, it's clear that Tizeti has a very clearly defined landing zone. They are looking at Africa. They are talking of 10 cities in the next, I think, few months, right, in Nigeria, and then they are talking about other countries across. They are going to launch the super app very soon. I think that's what's coming up next. So clearly, Tizeti has a defined landing zone. You know, the focus will be how are we ensuring service is aligning with that? And how can we use the matrices coming out of service, ensure it is constantly being reconciled, upgraded as required, upscaled as required. The people are being retrained as required to ensure that Tizeti gets to its landing zone. So in rounding up, I'll say, I love this quote from a poem written by Robert Frost. You know, the road less not taken. And I mean, this is the end of the poem. And he says, 2 roads diverged into the wood, and I took the one less traveled, and it made all the difference. I want to thank Kendall for taking the road less traveled. I want to thank the Tizeti team for proving that African startups don't just eat money, put it in their pocket, buy Range Rover, and shut down. That you can actually create value. If you work in Tizeti, you should be proud of yourself. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic presentation, Oreme. Thank you so much. And of course, we are very well on the way. The journey, the thing about journeys, when you on that side or on this side and you're listening to the story, it almost feels unreal, especially in this time and age, especially in Africa. The next speaker is a person who's very familiar with change, with innovation, and she represents a company that also exemplifies that. I made mention to the founder and CEO earlier on, but we do have the general manager of Main One by Equinix here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome Dolapo Ona as she walks up on stage. Show some love. This is Tizeti, people.
Good afternoon. After hearing a fantastic speech on customer service, I'll be talking to you about the power of global interconnection. Okay. All right. Now, what is important to every business? Every business wants to be able to expand their business operations. You know, they want to be efficient in whatever they do. And to be quite honest, a successful business relies on the stability of its IT infrastructure. So, interconnection emerged from the challenge to globally scale the internet. So what do I mean by that? It goes without saying that digitization of businesses is one of the most important criteria to be successful. Now, why do I say that? One of the things that I've noticed and I've observed in businesses is you want to be able to have all your systems, all your interconnections, have access to people, places at the same time. Before interconnection, everything was centralized. I remember when I started off with Tizeti, I was trying to get him to collocate at our infrastructure. And at the time, he was hosted he had a centralized center where he had his devices in the HQ, probably heated up and all of that. And I said, Tizeti, why don't you try and move it so that you have access to our internet exchange point, you have access to the CDNs, the hyperscalers, so they're able to get good, reliable service. And one of the things he told me is that he would move. To be a digital leader, business needs to be able to provide better experience at speed while they're thinking about the infrastructural approach. And this is what Tizeti did. Tizeti moved. So one of the things that we have in one is we have an internet exchange, and this is a platform where pairing occurs. Another thing we do is to remove friction in your digital processes, where your data, everything that you do is fast and secure. One of the things that we also do in Main One is that we're able to exchange traffic among certain providers. So everything is in one place. So it's no longer centralized, it is not decentralized, which minimizes risk. So you have no more single point of failure. You're able to move your business faster. Now, interconnection equals competitive advantage. Workloads are moving to digital age. One of the things we're seeing now is enterprises like manufacturing, energy, fintechs. I noticed a lot of fintechs here, insurance, retail, healthcare and life science and government are expected to grow 7 times. Why do they need to grow faster? Because one of the things we're seeing is that they're the largest consumer of interconnection. Service providers as well. One is connected to the edge. They have the IT traffic exchanges, and they continue to be the core to their business model. Does your company need interconnection? Yes. For organizations to successfully transform digitally, you must be able to connect to everyone in one single place. So what are we seeing? Applications, whether it's your processes, enterprises, whether it's the mobile banking platforms, cloud, trading, content, we're seeing a lot of things happening. Now, in the past, networks were scaling to the internet. We've been able to establish that. You can see that with the advent of all the submarine cables that have come into West Africa. We also have the content, right? We've been able to optimize the delivery of digital content. How have we been able to do that? You have the hyperscalers already here, the CDNs, the content players, people like Facebook, to be precise, Google, they're all in country. Now, for trading, you're able to do low latency transactions. And what do I mean by that? In the past, when people were doing transactions, e-commerce, whether it's e-commerce or crowdfunding, you were not able to do that online. But right now, everything is online with the advent of COVID. Cloud, everyone is moving their workloads to the cloud. So you see that more fintechs are relying on digital platforms and they're moving their resources to the cloud. Advertising, all advertising, we no longer have billboards. We have billboards, as I can see here, but what has moved is that advertising is now online. Mobile, all your access. I have my phone here. If I want to access YouTube, if I want to watch Showmax and movies, you no longer have to sit on a TV. All access, you can get all access to content on your mobile device. Enterprise, there's increasing enterprise advantage. Reason being that an enterprise that is in our infrastructure, or in a carrier-neutral data center, can access, digital platforms, which whether it be banks, whether it be the mobile network operators and the ISPs. Industry trends. I'm going to read, this is where my main points are. Digital business, by 2022, at least 60% of global GDP will be digitized. So what does that mean? Everything that we're going to be happening will be digital. So what do we need to do? We need to support real-time interactions. And this is what we are seeing. We're seeing value now. Everything we do is on our phone. Now, these real-time interactions require interconnections. No business can survive without interconnection. It is not possible. Urbanization, between now and 2030, 86% of the worldwide GDP will be generated from large cities. And what do I mean by that? Now, I remember Tammy mentioned that Nigeria was seen and Africa was seen as, a continent that was not going to succeed. Right now, Africa is seen as a technology frontier. Everyone is coming in country. We're seeing an influx of satellite providers coming in. So there's a lot of urbanization going on. And you can see that from the demographics, we see a lot of youths. So there's a lot of businesses that are coming in. So what is the need? For you to succeed at the business, you must be able to interconnect with some of these global players. So we're seeing that the satellite stations are able to set up ground earth stations here. We're able to launch their businesses, and that's the advantage that Main One has. Just like we did with Tizeti as a startup, we help launch your business. So your coming into the country is easier. You don't have to deal with all the least circuit connections. You don't have to do everything. Everything is centralized, and we do with that for you. Analytics of applications, data, context, whether it be cloud, whatever it is, we're able to do it for you. Now, cybersecurity. Everyone knows what is going now. A lot of cybersecurity breaches. Digital business, the implication is that there's a lot of vulnerability points, and we're seeing that all over across the world. Now, the need that you have is to manage cybersecurity risk, and how do you do that? By having some of your data on the cloud, you're able to ensure that you eliminate single points of failure. So one of the things that you do with the data compliance, one of the things that NCC, CBN, some of the regulators are doing is to ensure that you have your data domiciled as well. So cybersecurity, you're able to eliminate and move some of your content and continue with your business operations while that is going, while you're trying to resolve some of the security issues that you have. Now, data volume and compliance. This is also with data, which means that the volumes that you have in business, there's a lot of increased demand in data. And one of the things that we're seeing with organizations, like you see companies like YouVerify, VerifyMe, these are companies that are doing a lot of data volumes. And for you to have those data volumes, you must be able to perform at demand. You must have your storage, you must have your data, and it must not get lost. So this is something that is a need for anyone that is, in data volume and compliance business. Business ecosystems. This cuts across all digital business. The ecosystem will account for $60 trillion in revenue by 2025. So what is happening now? Across the globe, there's a global crisis. Now, whatever is happening is shaping our global business. And data processes, we're seeing a lot of mix between employees. People are jackpying, leaving town. But one of the things that would help is, the need that you have is to scale business ecosystems requiring a technology infrastructure. Remember with the advent of COVID, what happened? A lot of businesses could not work. I'm not picking on the banks, but some banks could not function because they were not able to work because they didn't have that platform. So one of the needs that we have is everything must go digital. So interconnection plays a very important role. Now, it's an essential driver for business value. Leveraging private interconnections, whether it's peering between networks, peering with customers, peering with global players, what does it do? It improves efficiency. Why does it improve efficiency? Your business is able to run. You don't have to connect different lead circuits, point-to-point circuits like we used to do before. All you need to do is to take advantage of our cross-connects, our metro connects, and some of the interconnections that we have on our services to collectively grow the opportunities. Now, Main One. Main One, why do we say we have a robust interconnection platform? Main One is known, is an Equinix company. We were acquired, and we were acquired because of what we're able to do. In 12 years, we have succeeded in growing our business from being a wholesale player to being an infrastructure provider. Now we have, as Main One, we have 4 data centers within West Africa, and we have right now, because of the acquisition from Equinix, we have 240+ data centers globally, 54 metros, and we are across 5 continents. We are efficient. Ken can tell you that when it comes to his business. Interconnection solutions we're able to offer you, whether it be cross-connect, whatever it is, direct connectivity, we're able to provide that. We have a strong business ecosystem, all financial institutions. Banks, as financial institutions, fintechs, we have seen a lot of growth in the financial institution. We have a proven expertise of 99.99%, and we have global solutions that can help you become a digital leader. Now, another thing that you need to know about Main One, my CEO is here. We care about our customers. Customer service is really key for us. So for us, we're ready to work with you to grow your business, for you to become a digital leader in West Africa and even globally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, a round of applause. Thank you so much, Dolapo, for that great presentation. And of course, thank you to Main One for being the conduit, literally and metaphorically speaking, for bringing digital transformation to West Africa. We have a tag team presentation coming up next from the Tizeti team. But I want to take this time very quickly to say a big thank you to the CEO, Stanbic Capital, for being here in the person of Funsho Akeri. Where are you? Please. I was told, can you just stand up for recognition, please? Okay, oh, there. Is that you, sir? Thank you very much, sir. I'm itching and saying you should come forward, but the Nigerian in me is pulling me back. For those joining online, great to have you. Welcome once again. This is a very special edition of the NeXTGEN 2.0. Yes, it's 2.0, but it's also 10 years of celebrating the Tizeti story, 10 years of innovation, 10 years of consistency, doggedness, 10 years of setting the pace, being at the forefront of this revolution. And we are great to have you with us. We have two more family members from the Tizeti team, the head research and development, Ehime, and an engineering manager, Williams, to make their presentation. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our NeXTGEN edition, NeXTGEN 2.0. I am Izzy Ehime, the head of research and development at Tizeti, and I'm here today to show you a new revolutionary product called the Tizeti Super App. So what exactly is Tizeti Super App? I'm sure you're all wondering what exactly is this product and what do we plan to achieve with the development of this. Before I go further, I would like to point out that this product, this super app, was developed by the software team at Tizeti. So allow me to take you on our product journey. Over the past 10 years at Tizeti, we have successfully launched different products, ranging from our data service, wifi.com.ng, and Ghana Wi-Fi for our residential users and enterprises, to our voice service, Wi-Fi call, as well as our hotspot service for communities. So I'll paint a quick picture. Imagine having to log into the different portals and dashboard for each of these products, using different username and passwords across multiple platforms. I'm sure you all agree with me that this can be a bit tedious and problematic. So, in order to solve this problem, we came up with a solution for this, which is the Tizeti Super App. With this Super App, you have access to everything Tizeti on a single platform using a single login. But that's not all. This app also allows you to sign up easily directly from the application. You have access to our smart payment options. And with the enhanced features that we added to this app, you are empowered with enough insights and analytics into the different products we have to offer. So allow me to show you some other amazing features that are available on this app. The first is our central wallet system. Like every wallet system, you can easily top up your wallets and renew your service on the go. But that's not all. We went a step further by integrating ours with embedded finance, which allows you to earn interest as you use our service. Amazing, right? So we're currently the first in telecoms today to have a wallet system like this that allows you earn as you pay. Unlike our competitors that are actively trying to deduct service charge, in our case, you actually earn more. I'm sure you all agree with me today that with the state of our economy, this is an added advantage. Another essential feature is our Wi-Fi call service, the voice service. With this service, you can easily make calls, unlimited clear calls, at an affordable rate to your friends, family, users, and even business partners. The next is our notification system. While we were developing this app, we took a survey with our users. And one of the complaints we got was not getting notification in real time. So we added this feature, which sends out real-time push notifications directly to your mobile phone as regards the uptime and downtime of your connection. With this added feature, you are rest assured of getting all updates from Tizeti and not missing out on any of our product offering. In Tizeti, our focus is on customer service, delivering excellent customer service. So we deeply integrated this app with our award-winning, world-class customer service infrastructure, which allows you to communicate with any of our customer service agents in real time as regards any issue you might be having with your connection. So we just relaunched our hotspot service. And so we decided to add the features of the hotspot to this app. Imagine you're outside your home or your office, and you're running low on your mobile data. All you need to do is bring out your mobile phone and connect to our hotspot service. We even made this easy for you by adding the navigation system, which gives you step-by-step direction on how to locate the closest hotspots to you. Finally, we all know that the quality of any service is very important, and our users are really keen on fast speed. So with that, we added the speed test tool to the app, which allows you conduct in real time speed tests. And whenever your connection is not performing optimally, you can easily reach out to the customer service agent straight up from the customer service channel. I'm proud to inform you that we have successfully completed the beta test for this app, and the feedback we have gotten so far has been absolutely amazing. These products will be available on the iOS store, as well as Google Play by the end of this quarter. And I'm looking forward to having you all on board. I will now invite my colleague, William Chinwa, to talk to you about an amazing product.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello. Today I want to introduce you to an amazing product called Tizeti Cloud. My name is William Chinwa. I am the engineering manager for the research and development team at Tizeti. Over the past couple of years at Tizeti, there's been an increase of data traffic. We've noticed the African growth in computing demand and connectivity markets is generating a lot of interest. Before cloud computing, there was client-server computing. This involved companies having large data centers to manage their infrastructure, and this was problematic and had so many challenges. Let me walk you through some of the major challenges with the traditional approach. You had issues ranging from cost of managing your servers. As a business owner and a small startup, you needed to factor several variables to maintain your business, such as hiring staff to manage your servers. You needed high level of technical expertise to manage your servers, and this was very, very difficult. You also had difficulty in scaling your servers. As your business grows and you need to improve your computing power, it is very, very hard to do. You had latency and bandwidth issue. Imagine as a business owner, your customers reside in Nigeria, but for every traffic or every request they make, you have to pay for an international route. That is pretty expensive and something Tizeti Cloud is here to solve. Finally, you had the hosting space issue. As a small startup, you needed to provide a hosting space, a place to keep your servers. You also had to provide a cooling system for your servers, and this is challenging. Now, what did the research team do? We came up with an innovative product called Tizeti Cloud. Tizeti Cloud is a new and innovative cloud platform built for developers and businesses, which provides affordable, secure, unlimited, and reliable cloud computing. I'll walk you through some of the benefits or things you stand to gain subscribing to Tizeti Cloud. You can now make payments with your local currency. As you all know, in today's economy, in Nigeria today, there is a challenging issue with the dollar. Gaining access to the dollar, paying for your services is challenging. The virtual cards are no longer working, and this is really, really challenging, especially for young developers coming into the cloud computing market. With Tizeti Cloud, you also have remote access. This means wherever you are, any part in the world, you can gain access to your servers and interact with your business. I think you can. We also provide zero maintenance costs. You don't need to worry about the cost it takes to maintain your servers. We got you covered. We provide multiple pools of servers to meet your business demands. And finally, it comes with a secured administrative portal to manage resources. To get started with Tizeti Cloud, it comes with 3 packages. We have the Micro, we have the Mini, and the Maxi plan. For as low as 2,750 Naira, you can get started. No need to waste time. You need to get started. So to get started, you can visit our website at dashboard.tizeti.com/TizetiCloud. In summary, Tizeti Cloud provides a faster and unlimited computing power to developers and small businesses. Thanks for giving me your audience. Can't wait to see you join Tizeti Cloud.
Okay, no, you need to go back to the center stage and take a bow. It's not easy. Ladies and gentlemen, Amen and Williams. Thank you so much. Well done. Let me not lie, they were nervous. They rehearsed like 50 times. That's why I paid the big bucks. Great presentation. Okay, moving on very quickly. When it comes to partners and friends of the family, if you notice I keep using the word family for Tizeti. They're businesses and then there's family. And the testimony and the testament to the Tizeti story is one, judging by those that are here, number one, and those of you online as well. Next up is a gentleman who will be talking about the bank of the future and the role of digital. He's the head of payments, acceptance, and digital commerce at Providus. As you can see, their stand is at the back of the hall. So feel free to make your way there, and they will give you, is it 20,000 naira for being here or something? Dollars? Look at him going back. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome Elliot Shongole. Make some noise, people. I was joking about the money. Please don't go there.
Good afternoon, audience. My name is Shongoleye. The MC called me, and he was looking at the name, and we took time, and I took him through like 3 times, Shongoleye. He said, Shongo, that name is deep. I said, Shongo was someone like you in the past. Now, people look at him, so Shongoleye, that's the name. Good afternoon, all. Thank you for coming. Thank you for giving me your time, and I want to say congratulations to Tizeti. This is awesome and wonderful. Your hard work actually pays off, and for the wonderful work you've done, Providus Bank experienced Tizeti. When COVID happened, and bank had to work from home. We pride ourselves as future forward. We were prepared. We were always on laptop, but we need to move home and work. And working from home required connectivity and internet. We beckon on them, we call them, and that was when I know how far their network has gone. We were able to reach our key staff, deploy their internet, and we're able to work from home. And that is, thank you for that. And that is what we are celebrating today. Aside from your reach, your rate of deployment, your speed of deployment also matters, and that was what helped us. I'm going to be speaking to the bank of the future. And when I came in, I was looking at when am I going to do my presentation? But waiting for the last presentation actually helped me. The people actually talked about everything I'm going to discuss about. What is a bank? They talked about everything, and I was so excited. And I asked myself a question, do I need to go up again? They've done the presentation. Today, what is a bank to you? A bank is where you think you go to save your money. A bank is where you go to do financial services, but it's beyond that. Tizeti just did something. If you listen to the last presentation, they built a super app. What is a super app? In a super app, she mentioned you can save. And when you save, you earn interest. Is that not banking? I think I should go back. They've done my presentation. I don't need to do anything. Because the bank of the future is what you do everywhere you go to. A young man came up and talked about internet provision. You provide internet, you allow people to do transactions, you develop an app, and on the app you do transactions. Many of us can cast our mind back to banking in so many years back that you have to walk into the bank, you have to fill a teller, and when you fill your teller, you cash. You now take the cash to the nearest supermarket to pay for goods and services. It's changing now, right? When it changed, the first phase was having an internet banking, that you can take your laptop, sign on to an internet banking, then do transfer, and pay for some related financial services. But it has changed. With this that we all move around with our bank. And on the mobile app, on your app, you can do your banking, which is where what the fintechs have done for us. So let me go into this and the role that digital is playing. The bank of the future is here. We are doing that. COVID changed everything, and the future is here, and that is what we are doing. So I'll be going into it. With what we've seen after COVID, there have been so many developments on technology. Technology has advanced, and with that advancement, we've seen introduction of different solutions, different products, And this product helped us to scale. Think of it. Before you have to go to the bank to ATM to cash out. Now your neighbor may have POS to give you cash. Your neighbor. And when you go to that your neighbor will also allow you to pay DSTV on the POS that you can do on your mobile app. The Bank of the Future is here. With that thing that you are holding, with the app they've developed beyond Tizeti. And I was expecting the young lady to say, after you save and you can pay for your internet, you'll be able to buy EKEDC or you'll be able to pay for your DSTV. Because what is next after you have saved? You can use the money to pay for services. And that is what the Bank of the Future will be giving to you. So who are these digital customers that we are trying to address? We have both individual customers and also we have SMEs. Businesses have scaled. Businesses have improved from being able to do payments on different platforms and being able to pay. You know, those days you want to pay vendors, you ask your vendors to come and take check. Do we still do that today? We don't do that. You can still sit on your internet banking or your corporate online banking and you pay your vendors. You pay your staff salaries. You pay different people. That is the Bank of the Future. It's here, but we need to optimize it. And that is what we are saying by saying, what do this customer that I mentioned, both individual and corporate customers that are the digital customer of the bank, what do this customer expect from the bank, from digital solution? Speed, 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 speed. She mentioned you save. Why are you saving on a super app? You save to be able to pay for your lifestyle solutions. One of the lifestyle is what they have done. Speed. Speed also address what she mentioned about customer service. Before you pick your call, you either walk to their office or you pick your phone to call. But on the super app, you can do customer service. Speed. Security matters when you are talking about digital solutions. We look at security. How do we keep our solutions? How do we keep customers' data secured? One of the things that customers are expecting from digital solutions and reliability. Moving forward, convenience. From the presentation of the super app, how do you think it's convenient for you now to pay for your data services? At the touch of the button on the app, that is what the objective of a digital solution. That is what they have thought through to put in their app to allow you to comfortably, at the confine of your home, to pay for your app. Personalization. Personalization in the sense that you have your profile, you've been pre-profiled to have access on the platform to address your lifestyle. How will I be able to provide a lifestyle for you if I cannot personalize or envision your journey, customer journey on the app to allow you to do those that are particular about it? And then security, I mentioned it. It is essential in crafting the objective of a digital customer. Customer service, I mentioned that. Very excellent. Bank of the Future should look of how do I ensure seamless customer service on my digital solution, on the digital app, like what they have done. Sometimes you don't need to call. You know, before you call, now you have chatting services embedded in the app for you to talk to the customer representative and then your problem is solved. Financial inclusion. Think of that. I said when they made that presentation, I was like, wow, this is awesome. Savings on a Tizeti that is not a bank and earning interest. Is that not financially inclusive? Are they not trying to include excluded people? People that don't think, and you may be thinking of that, how could that be possible? That wouldn't be possible without a bank behind because they need to save and keep the money. Where is the fund kept? It's kept in the bank. So, objective of a digital solutions, like they have done, have to put into it financial inclusion. Think of the agency banking that we've talked about. Today, I don't need to bring ATM or bring a branch to that locality. They have their cash analysis, and they've been able to do what? To render financial services to their customer. Then moving on, now and beyond, banking and payment. I have mentioned some of this stuff, but banking and payment, you've seen improvement. She mentioned when she was talking about digital wallets. We've seen digital wallets. Digital wallet is different from our bank account. When you go to the bank, you mention, I want to open a savings or a current account. you have a current or savings account. Digital wallet is no different from that. The necessary KYC that we need to be done needs to be done on that digital wallet. They have digital wallet in that super app. So these days you will have seen different digital wallets coming up and you being able to make payments, do transactions with this digital payment. Most of the banks, fintechs that came up before and during COVID, they've all developed digital wallets. And with digital wallet, you can do so much more. I'm going to talk this when I get to the super app to see how much more you can achieve with this. Point of sales. Your card, as a customer of the bank, is an access to your account. What do you do with your card? Before you go to the bank to withdraw cash, or you move to the ATM to withdraw cash. But do we still need that? We don't need that. What do you do now? You take your card to the location where you make payment. It's moving forward because this card is being tokenized. You will see innovation around point of sales that COVID has taught us we are going to do less of contactless contact, and we are going to do contactless. Beyond that, we are going to do NFC-enabled, and beyond NFC-enabled, cards are being tokenized into different digital wallets. You will see the next move they will make is to have your card being stored or saved on a wallet where you can make payments. And when you have the wallet can be taken to your agent, to the store, to the restaurant, wherever you want to make payments, and do NFC-enabled payments on the POS. That is the next level that a digital bank is thinking of. And also, we did it as a bank, Providence Bank. I led the payments and digital commerce at Providence Bank. And when we started, we thought of how do we scale? When we came up, when the bank started to compete with the big banks, the only way to scale is to leverage of the emergence of fintechs. And leveraging on the emergence of fintechs, what did we do? We practiced open banking. You are going to see when I get to Providence Bank page. Open banking that allowed them in different solutions and platforms they've developed to be able to do banking. And how does that help? Beyond open banking, how will open banking be easily enabled? Digital banking, we are developing apps, we are developing portals, we are developing solutions. What do you think will make this possible? Data analytics. I need to know the journey of my customer. Beyond you just open accounts, we need to know everything you do, what you do with your card. That is lifestyle banking. How does lifestyle banking help? Data analysis and artificial intelligence will assist. On my super app, on my digital wallet, when you walk in here, you should be able to get a push notification on the app that says, oh, welcome Elliot to a Tizeti event. Oriental has a discount on this that if you use your Providence card, tokenization card, or use Tizeti super app, you can get 10 discount or 3 discount. How did I know you are here? Geofencing, knowing that the app has gotten to this location. How do I know that you are my customer? Because I have this data mining and artificial intelligence that tells me your location, that tells me what you like and what you do. This helps the bank of the future, help the digital solution that will be developed to enable you to do payments, to pay for goods and services at whichever location you find yourself. There are enormous benefits that you enjoy from this. Aside from the young man, the other man came out talking about customer acquisition and retention. Or MAE from Interswitch talked about keeping customer. How do you keep your customer? This analysis will help you to know the preferences of your customer. What do they do at a particular time? How do you keep them? What are the services you should render to them? So in the journey of the Bank of the Future and digital solution, data analytics and artificial intelligence plays a major role. Fantastic. This sums my presentation. Super apps. That is where banking is going to. Banking is not where you go to. Banking will sum up to what you do and where you do them. How do you do them? Today we've seen the emergence of different savings platforms that ask you to save, earn 3%, you save with them, do this, you get this reward. That is where we are going to. I was so excited when I saw the super app. It answers all my questions. What is a super app? A super app was what was just presented to you that allows you to do savings, allow you to do banking, allow you to do payments, allow you to do customer service, allow you to experience your lifestyle and everything you needed to do. Banking of the future digital solution is gravitating towards digital app. And with super app. And with super app, we've seen some. You know about WeChat. We know about Alipay. On WeChat now, we've seen some innovation around you being able to pay on WhatsApp. Have you seen that? Have you experienced that? I can be chatting with you and you request for 10 naira. And on that WhatsApp, without going into my banking app, I will be able to make transfer to you. Have you seen that on WhatsApp? Have you seen that on Instagram? On different social media, this is coming up, that you will be able to make payment to do banking wherever you are. Banking will not be, I am going to the bank. But banking will be part of your lifestyle. Super App will address this as they have done. And lately, many of us have been going out. I saw a barcode there. When I came in, I scanned it. What does that do? Today, we are using it for menu, right? To see, like, the agenda of this event. But a step further, walking into that supermarket or walking into that restaurant, and you are seated with your family eating, and you scan on the code, and you see the menu. And after the menu, what do? You call the receptionist. Give us 2 plates. I want this pepper soup. I don't want this. But the next phase is to embed payments into that app. So you will be able to select the items you want. After the items have been selected, then you make payments. In the kitchen, back end, the restaurant, they pick your order and they serve you. That is where QR is taking us. But today we see it as ordinary menu that we scan. It has a lot of advantage. We are going to tap into it. People have started using it for agency banking, scan and make payments, scan and move money, scan and transfer. Yes, I mentioned I work for Providence Bank. I'm Ed Payments and Digital Service. Everything around payments, everything around digital service, how we make money. Because banking is different now. Banking is not to come to you and ask you to bring money to my bank. Banking is, how can we solve your problem? What are the challenges you have? How do you want to do the next transaction? What solution can I develop for you to do banking? That is world banking. And Providence Bank is a new generational bank focused on building a strong IT infrastructure and digital channels which we deploy to provide exceptional services. I know during COVID or before COVID, you will have heard about our virtual account. It was developed. This was enabling fintechs, enabling aggregators to be able to open accounts from anywhere and to do payment and collection. Think of that. Before you open an account, you have to come to the bank. You have to fill everything. You have to fill the form. You have to sign. You have to bring your certificate, everything. But now on the go, we are saying you can open an account based on the infrastructure and the technology that have been made enabled to allow this to happen. So our approach is future forward as we embrace innovation to provide personal, private, corporate, commercial, and digital banking product services. And our platforms, general platform for everybody. I have internet banking. We have, like every other bank, corporate internet banking, mobile app. But beyond that, when we started, we focused on digital and how to enable our businesses. Digital services like transfer services. We enable so many people to do disbursement with our transfer services. They were able to, at the tap of their finger from the application with our API, they were able to do transfer services. Beyond that, we practice open banking architecture. I mentioned that to you. They were able to come in. They came in. We gave them different APIs from our API services that enables them to open accounts, enables them to make payments, enables them to do transfer services, and also build on it lifestyle banking. Validation services. We couldn't have been able to do this without validation. And what are these validations? BVN, NIN. We exchange APIs around this to be able to know who you are. Because without knowing you, we won't be able to do banking. We need to know you, we need to know your preferences, and that. I touched on our virtual payment services, which was our virtual account that went viral, and people were able to make payments and do collection. Same thing with biometric authentication. But what we have done so much and fantastically well is banking as a service. Under banking as a service, the Bank of the Future, we operate under the Bank of the Future, we operate. Sorry, my slide, I think, let me go back to. Move back, please. Move back, please. Move back. Move to embedded banking. Yes. I think I didn't say this. Embedded banking was what they display in the super app. What is embedded banking? That is the next digital bank. In everything you do and everywhere, you will practice banking. Embedded banking involves incorporating specific financial services into non-bank companies' products or software, becoming part of a bigger bundle of services. I mentioned about insurance. Embedded payments. When you're on a super app and you are looking at that food that you want to buy, you will be able to make payments. Embedded lending. You've heard about buy now, pay later. Embedded lending in what you do. I don't have the money, but kindly give me the loan. You know, the process of getting the loan will require you to go to the bank to do the normal processing, but with data analytics and artificial intelligence that I mentioned earlier on, we'll be able to know your journey. We'll be able to know how credible are you for you to be able to extend the finances to you today. So embedded banking is key, and that is what we saw in the super app, and also embedded insurance. You can make purchase online, make payment online, even got loan to buy the stuff. Bank has helped you, right? And we also looked at it, we've given you this, but we need to insure it. So insurance is key also on super app. Let me go back to where I stopped on banking as a service. So what we did so well in Providence Bank when we started, we did banking as a service. We extended financial services to as many as fintechs, developers, aggregators, licensed entities that want to practice banking. And how did we do this? We make our banking platform available to them. We practice banking as a platform. We made our infrastructure available to them. So many people, we gave devices, we gave access to our servers and our internal infrastructure to be able to start their career in banking. Also, and we looked at it. What are they doing? We looked at their financial, and the financial were able to help them to scale. Also, advisories, you know, it is key. Banking is heavily regulated. And in the regulations, we need to go with them, go on their journey on compliance and risk management to be able to know who are we extending the services to. And also venture capital infusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Elliot. Providence, you guys have been quite busy. Still talking about the super app. For those who just joined, I'm like, what is super app? What is super app? Well, basically, it's a one-stop shop from Tizeti, by Tizeti. There's a point system where you also get the opportunity to gain points for more transactions that you do, and everything you need, customer service, renewal, everything happens there. And if I'm correct, it's going to be launched hopefully by the end of the quarter, which is September. So looking forward to that. Our next speaker is not physically here with us, and thankfully, there we go. Technology makes it worth the while. Vicky, how are you? Can you hear me?
I'm well.
How are you doing,
well,
Vicky?
Thanks for having me.
Great to have you with us. So for those who are meeting you for the very first time, Vicky is the general manager, Microsoft Airband. Now, Microsoft Airband, in a nutshell, they are focusing on taking or providing internet services to very remote areas, hotspots as well. So areas that infrastructure might not be able to physically get there. And we all know how important and sentimental Kendall is about his relationship with Microsoft. So it's great to have you, Vicky.
It's great to be here.
All right.
It's a pleasure to join you virtually.
Over to you.
Thank you. Again, it's a pleasure to join you all today virtually for Tizeti's NeXTGEN 2.0 conference. Although I'm remote, I can literally feel the energy in the room, and you all have an amazing list and cast of speakers speaking about what was really a seminal issue in our society today. As it was mentioned, we are pleased to call Tizeti a Microsoft Airband partner as we work to extend internet access to all and connect the unconnected. I have slides, and so I'm not sure if they're running, but if they are running, I'd like to go to the next slide, please. So Microsoft's mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. We live out this mission through work and programs that drive inclusive economic opportunity, protect fundamental rights, and earn the public's trust. Internet connectivity and access to digital services are now an absolute necessity and a fundamental right. People want and expect anywhere, anytime high-speed connectivity, and my team's work to expand internet access to unserved and underserved communities directly aligns with Microsoft's core mission. I'm pleased to share that to date, Airband partnerships have in fact expanded internet access to more than 40 million people around the world today. Globally, there is broad consensus that closing the digital divide, that is the gap between those connected to the digital world and those who are not connected, requires moving beyond simply extending internet access to address barriers such as adoption. After all, I think we can all agree that internet access is not an endpoint, but rather a necessary precondition for productive impact and transformative outcomes. We at Microsoft have therefore expanded our work to go beyond increasing internet access to driving what we call digital equity, which means expanding access to affordable internet services, affordable devices, and the necessary skills to use connectivity meaningfully. And all of this serves as a foundation for empowerment and driving digital transformation across the world. Our work with partners like Tizeti is proving this out as we are driving transformation in the areas of healthcare, education, business enablement, and agriculture. Next slide, please. The reality, however, is that we face a huge challenge in seeking to connect the unconnected. According to the most recent International Telecommunications Union's Facts and Figures report, approximately 4.9 billion people use the internet in 2021. It sounds like a big number, and this does represent an increase from 17% from 2020, undoubtedly spurred by the global pandemic, which is, we know, has clarified now more than ever that internet connectivity is truly a necessity in today's digital world. The reality, however, is that a staggering 2.9 billion people, that is more than 1/3 of the world, remain offline, with 96% of those people living in developing countries. This reality is further exacerbated by the fact that 770 million people around the world also lack access to electricity, which of course is necessary for any internet infrastructure. This gap, the global digital divide, is an imperative that we at Microsoft must address both from a mission perspective, but also a business imperative. Internet access, there is no cloud access. If we could please advance to the next slide. So how are we doing this work? Partnerships are central to the Airband model as we are convening and bringing together others with a view to providing a holistic program that uniquely addresses the challenges of the digital divide. Our work with internet service providers like Tizeti is core to the program as we are partnering to expand and accelerate connectivity in unserved and underserved communities. These partnerships provide optional financial co-investment with revenue share, which is then recycled for new and existing partnerships, as well as grant funding where it's appropriate. We are also partnering across the company with other teams, as well as other external community and commercial entities, public sector organizations, and many others to ensure that as our partners are building these networks, that they are layering digitally transformative solutions on top. And they're doing this to improve productivity and livelihood, and most importantly, drive sustainable development. We believe in the power of reliable, high-speed internet to transform communities and lives, especially again in the areas of healthcare, agriculture, education, and economic development. Now, as we're doing this work, we are focusing on sustainability to drive impact. And to be sustainable, to go back to the person who preceded me in his presentation, you have to get access to finance and banking. So as part of our work, we are partnering with government, intergovernment organizations, development banks, and other financing entities to facilitate access to capital so that airband partners can scale their work across the world. Next slide, please. So what does this work look like in Africa? We all know that the African continent is emerging as one of the single most important markets in the world. Africa, in fact, is home to 7 of the 10 fastest growing cities and 6 of the 10 fastest growing national economies. Currently, the combined GDP of Africa is $2.9 trillion, and total consumer spending was around $3.6 billion in 2019. This figure is expected to reach $5.3 trillion by 2030, which is only a few years away. The promise of economic opportunities in Africa is real, particularly with the growth of digital technology and related innovation contributing to significant development. As noted in the African Union's digital transformation strategy, the continent's youthful population also creates a major opportunity to grow in this massive era of digitization. Today, there are more than 1.3 billion people in Africa, and the population is projected to grow to 1.7 billion in 2030, to 2.1 billion by 2040, and then to 2.5 billion by 2050. This rate of growth is staggering, especially when you consider the fact that Africa is already the youngest continent on the planet, with a median age of 19 and around 60% of the population under the age of 25. A lot of promise. The future is in our youth. Next slide, please. Now, while there is a lot of promise, the reality is that Africa is still the least connected region in the world, with only 33% internet penetration on the continent and nearly 300 million Africans living more than 50 kilometers away from internet infrastructure. This makes internet access either inaccessible or just simply too expensive. Now, we know that there is a high rate of mobile internet users in Africa. In fact, more than 590 million mobile internet users on the continent. However, only 7.7% of the households had a computer in 2019. This is a challenge as we are using connectivity in more meaningful ways. Another challenge that we're facing is the lack of access to quality education and digital skilling. The literacy rate for people over 15 years of age is 64%. And this is lower than the global average of 86%. We are also having to combat and deal with the issues around the unemployment rates, which remain high with an average of 15% across the continent. Again, we all come back to COVID. The pandemic has actually exacerbated these growing social and economic disparities, particularly for traditionally marginalized communities, including racial and ethnic minorities, women and girls, and people with disabilities. This growing digital divide poses a serious threat to Africa's ability to drive inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Without urgent the digital divide will increase, putting at risk acceleration and implementation of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, with the prospect of the growing African population that we were just talking about being left behind without equitable access to the social and economic benefits of a global digital economy. Make no mistake, it is time for urgent action. The good news is that there is strong momentum to act across government, industry, civil society, and international organizations. But the private sector must also step up with strong, coordinated, and sustained investment. Next slide, please. So at Microsoft, we're currently working in more than a dozen countries across Africa, Latin America, and Asia. And we're doing this work with government partners like the United States Agency for International Development, also known as USAID, and the US Trade and Development Agency, but also private sector partners like Unilever. On the continent of Africa alone, we have active projects that have expanded internet access to more than 9 million people, and we are just getting started. I want to spend a bit more time to give you a better idea of how Airband thinks about partnerships and what our projects look like by highlighting a few of our signature projects globally. And I would be remiss not to start with Tizeti. Next slide, please. At the end of last year, we launched a partnership with Tizeti to support their ambitious expansion in Nigeria. The network deployment is focused on Oyo State, and they are using fiber-fed solar-powered towers across the region. So doing this work in a way that's smart for the environment and business smart. And they're doing this all with the goal of providing next generation connectivity to households and small enterprise customers. Tizeti is deploying a hybrid network, which we believe is a best practice in this space, while also leaning into their strengths in community engagement and market experience. Working with the company, Microsoft, Tizeti is also using our digital skilling content in regionally relevant ways, which then in turn supports nationwide skills initiative and also has the benefit of expanding Tizeti's customer base. So we're really excited about Tizeti and the work they will continue to drive, not just in Nigeria and Ghana, but I would say the entire continent, perhaps the world. Next slide, please. So as we think about many others in this space that are doing this work, we believe that a distinguishing feature of the Microsoft Airband Initiative's value proposition is depth of execution and impact at the local level, particularly for traditionally marginalized groups and communities. We're not measuring ourselves against what others are doing in this space from a dollars perspective. Instead, our objective is to drive impactful programming that empowers communities to drive systemic, sustainable change, working from the ground up. I'm particularly proud of our work with USAID and what was formerly known as the Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiative as a woman to tackle the gender digital divide by bringing meaningful connectivity to more women in remote areas of the world. As we are doing this work, we're seeing women empowered and communities being uplifted as a result of these deep collaborations. Next slide, please. Another great example of, I believe, of this approach is our work in Kenya, where we're partnering with Unilever and USAID to address an issue that's near and dear to my heart, gender inequity. In Africa, only 20% of women use the internet compared to 37% of men. Airband partner Mwingo is utilizing dukas, and dukas are small general community stores in Kenya to close the gender digital and economic divide. Through our work with Unilever and Mwingo, they are providing Wi-Fi service that supports these local shopkeepers by increasing access to financial services, which is critical in today's market, and including affordable credit and integration into Unilever's value chains and markets. This, in my mind, sets up a nice model for going about this work that can be replicated across the continent. Skill building is another significant focus of the work as Unilever's value chain, as the Duka owners, are able to use a digital platform that enables business skills training. The outcome of these efforts is women-owned shops being empowered to use the power of data to improve business efficiencies, setting off a flywheel effect of economic development within a broader community. Now, the next example that I may share will be the last example that I share, may seem a little bit out of place as it's a project in Guatemala. I'm sharing it, however, to showcase the importance of Airband's global portfolio and, more importantly, the importance of our partner network when working with similar barriers and innovative solutions for combating the digital divide. Next slide, please. So as we work to empower marginalized communities through energy and broadband access, we have found that we can also address related societal challenges such as immigration. In Guatemala, 1.5 million people lack access to energy, the majority living in rural and remote communities. Lack of access to electricity and information services limits economic and educational opportunities, and women are disproportionately impacted. This combined lack of opportunity is a key driver of immigration from the region. Through Airband, our partner is Nusun Road is working with USA to deploy 20 internet-enabled solar-powered digital community centers. The centers serve as technological hubs for women in unelectrified communities to access clean energy, broadband, as well as skills, mentorship, and entrepreneurial opportunities. And we're excited about replicating this work at scale on the continent of Africa. So in closing, I want to leave you with the thought that our position that our work is really about helping to increase access to internet as a foundation for people and communities to realize their potential and ultimately deliver on key benefits achieved through internet connectivity and technology. I really thank you for the opportunity to participate in a conference, and I hope to do it in person next year, and looking forward until that time to connecting. Thank you so much.
Hello, Vicky. Hi, Vicky. Okay, I'm looking at, where do I look? Do I look into this camera? Can she see me? Hi, Vicky. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you so much for that great presentation. It's customary for, no, put Vicky back on, please. Can she hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. So it's customary that, you know, we give you a name, because a little bird told me you've not been to Nigeria.
I've not.
We need to remedy that. So, are you ready for your new name?
I am ready for my new name.
All right, so repeat after me. My new name is?
My new name is?
Vicky.
Vicky.
Oluwakemi.
Olakemi.
A bit louder.
A bit louder.
Oluwakemi.
Olakemi.
Robinson.
Robinson. Oh my gosh, that's beautiful.
So Oluwakemi means God maybe protects to you, God taking care of you, basically. So till we see you next year at 3.0, be safe.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for blessing me with that name.
She said something. What did you say?
I said, thank you for my new name. It's a blessing and I cherish it.
You're most welcome. Just bring chocolates when you're coming.
Easy.
All right, thank you so much. And that was the general manager of Microsoft Airband. Next presentation is by a country manager of Eutelsat, and they are basically into satellite, infrastructure, communication, broadband as well. Make some noise for Modupe, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Hello. I believe you can all hear me. I think it's the best time for me to come up on this stage to talk about satellite broadband connectivity. Why? Because every other speakers who already came on board created and mentioned the need for satellite broadband connectivity in the rural areas. Why? Because it's difficult and challenging for terrestrial services to be able to provide connectivity to the rural areas. But providing connectivity to rural areas doesn't come cheap. For us at Eutelsat, the journey started around 2016, that we planned on bringing satellite broadband, high-speed satellite broadband connectivity to sub-Saharan Africa. But something happened, an event that really shook everybody. September 1st, 2016, when we were expecting that a satellite was going to be launched into the space, into the orbit, for us to be able to bring that satellite broadband connectivity to sub-Saharan Africa, I'm just going to show you a video now for you to see. Please, can you play that video? This is Amos 6 satellite that was just going to be launched in 2016, going up in flames, and just the same way you have your fireworks during Christmas period, that's about $300 million just being blown away, just like that. That's what it takes to bring satellite broadband connectivity to the unconnected. That was a dream of many years, being blown away within the space of few seconds. But we didn't stop there. We didn't end it there. We were dogged about bringing that connectivity to the rural areas. So we decided with the management, looking at everything, what do we do next? And at that point, we had to do what? Cut another check to manufacture a new satellite called Connect. And in 2020, we launched the biggest satellite capacity into the orbit again, and that was Connect. And hence we bet Connect Africa. So I'm going to take you through the world of Connect. Connect is a Hutosat company. And for all of us here, quite a number of us don't know about Hutosat. But I can say confidently that maybe 90% of us are already using a service powered by Hutosat, and that is your DSTV. So if you're using a DSTV today, DSTV rides on our satellite connectivity. So we are simply a satellite operator providing both broadcast and broadband services in different parts of the world. So I would want to welcome you to the world of Connect, powering connectivity to sub-Saharan Africa today. What is our mission? Our mission is to bring super-fast satellite broadband connectivity to every part of sub-Saharan Africa. We have seen in all presentations, and I would just want to be very specific on the presentation from Main One. She talked about 80% of the world's GDP is going to come from the cities. But we all understand that the 14%, we cannot afford to neglect it. We know very well that even the resources that are being used in the cities comes from these rural areas. And these people, just the same way what Tizeti said, we cannot afford to neglect them. So there are opportunities in these areas that we need to unlock. And that is why Connect has decided that these opportunities in these rural areas, it's very critical for us to support to unlock these opportunities. And that is a very great mission. Go ahead. So as I said before, Connect is a service provided via Eutelsat. And for us at Eutelsat, we have more than 40 years experience, and we've launched several satellites. Today we have about 39 satellites in orbit. Next. We are a global company providing satellite services in different parts of the world. We are in Russia. I know many of us, when we hear Russia today, we say, okay. We are in Ukraine. We are in Europe. We are in Africa. And we are also in Nigeria today. And Nigeria is very pivotal to the development of Africa, as we all know. So what did we do in Connect? Because of the need for satellite broadband connectivity, this satellite has the capability of 75 Gbps. So as it stands today, it is the satellite with the highest Ka band capacity in the world. Not only do we have that 75 Gbps capacity, we also brought something that was the first in Africa, and that was providing satellite broadband speed that is up to 100 Mbps. It's never happened before. Other providers will give you 20 Mbps. But we did that in Africa, and Nigeria was the first country that we launched that June last year. So Nigeria, we are number one. We are pivotal to the development of Africa, and through that, it's very important that for us to achieve that, we need to connect every single person. And that is our mission at Connect, to be able to do that. For us, as mentioned, we are focused on providing this, and something that is very critical is that I will take an example from referencing the National Broadband Plan of NCC, saying that in 2025, they want 10 Mbps, people in the rural areas to be able to access 10 Mbps internet speed. And in the urban areas, 25 Mbps internet speed. But what we are saying today is that we don't have to wait until 2025. The world would have changed a lot. We have something that can provide that speed today in every part of Nigeria. So regardless of where you are, whether you live in Sokoto, whether you live even in Sambisa, wherever you are in Nigeria, you can get connected to a speed of up to 100 Mbps. So we are serving not just those that are unconnected, the underserved people, we are also serving those who are connected today, but even in the cities, they are really underserved. Why? Because of congestion. And because the MNOs cannot serve everybody, that is why we have players such as Tizeti in the game. So everybody has a part to play. So regardless of what you are considering as a business, there is always a slice of the pie for you to take from. Now, one of the things that we have also developed strongly when it comes to satellite broadband connectivity, I know a whole lot of us, if we hear about satellite, that was what and how we were all connected many years ago. What do we see? We see a very big dish, right? A very big dish. And again, when you say hello, before the other person hears, it takes a long time. And when you press your email, what happens? Before it downloads, you're already dozing off. But that is not the situation today. The technology that we have today makes the dish to be very compact, just like your cable TV. That is the size of the dish. The same way you get it installed, your cable TV at home, is the same way you get to install this satellite broadband connectivity anywhere. Within 2 to 3 hours, very easy to install, it's already done. So teasers, if you're looking for how to connect schools in the rural areas, you can tell them today that within the next 2-3 business days, you can get any school in Nigeria connected. And that is the power of Connect. Not only are we doing this, we have also seen Nigeria as it is to say we need to bring and make sure that this is affordable. We have been talking about affordability. Tizeti mentioned affordability. And that is our own mission also, to be able to make sure that this service is affordable. Hence, we are providing unlimited internet connectivity at a very, very cheap price. With 6,900, you are connected throughout the month. And you can have up to 100 Mbps speed. And that is what Connect is all about. Now, what are we focused on? There is something I'm going to mention on this stage that is very important to us and to the future of satellite broadband connectivity. Number one, we are not stopping at this 75 Gbps capacity, which is a geostationary satellite. A geostationary satellite is 36,000 kilometers in orbit above the Earth, so it's very far away. So we are not just stopping there. We are also bringing in more capacity in 2024. Next month, we are launching a satellite with the capacity of 500 Gbps. And that is a very big satellite that we are launching, bringing capacity over and over again to the world and to sub-Saharan Africa. Another giant step that Eutelsat has taken, which other satellite providers are right behind us, is the fact that we are bringing via the consolidation between Eutelsat and OneWeb, we are bringing in a LEO satellite to Nigeria, to sub-Saharan Africa, and to the world. And we look forward to launching this LEO service next year. We have heard about Starlink coming. Yes, it's the same LEO service that they are providing. But for us at Connect, at Eutelsat, we are the first satellite provider to have the consolidation of a geo satellite and a LEO satellite to bring satellite broadband connectivity to the underserved communities in the world. And the ambition does not just stop there. I mentioned providing 100 Mbps. Tomorrow you are going to have a 200 Mbps. But do you know one funny thing that I've seen? And I'm sure same thing with Tizeti. A whole lot of us, we talk about and we demand, as it were, high speed, high speed. But the moment we provide the high speed, then people start talking about, oh, my data consumption is very fast. I have to renew. That is why we are coming up with the unlimited service. When you have the 200 Mbps speed, you would also be able to connect to that unlimited data on a monthly basis. As mentioned, the service is just a plug and play. The same way you have your cable TV, it's very easy to install. And of course, as part of capability development in Nigeria, we are also training people on satellite connectivity installation. So around Nigeria, we have installers available everywhere, and they can get you installed in a matter of hours. You can get connected anywhere in Nigeria. I've mentioned that the service is very, very affordable, and that is what we are all about. On a monthly, just renew your account, and you are rest assured that on your budget, you can run till the end of the month on an unlimited service. Now, one of the things that we are changing, or that we are going to leverage on to bring connectivity to those in the rural community is what we call the community Wi-Fi. And with the community Wi-Fi, we want to ensure that we are able to connect within the next 1 year, 1 million people using our community Wi-Fi. And that is an example that we have there, and we have it in different parts of sub-Saharan Africa, in DRC, in Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria coming live with the community Wi-Fi. And people are excited that they can, there is, I remember sometimes in, I think 2009, 2010, I went to a community, I'm not going to mention the name because some of us are from the community. I went to that village in Nigeria, I was still with Globalcom then. We erected the mast and we launched the service. What happened? People in that community decided to have a festival to do what? Welcome connectivity to their town. So a whole lot of us that we are in the cities, we don't really understand the value of this connectivity to rural areas. It's highly valuable to them. They need it. When they get online, they are able to connect to every part of the world. The learning that we all talk about today, they are able to do that. We can't have the brick and mortar classrooms in every part of Nigeria. That is, the infrastructure is very challenging for us to bring on board. So the fastest, the quickest, and the easiest, as well as the cheapest way to bring it is internet connectivity, leveraging on technologies that we have seen today, and the likes of TISAs to bring on board that learning to the rural areas. And that is what the power of the community Wi-Fi can do. So for us, everyone is a winner. We understand in the rural areas, affordability is also a challenge. Hence, we have designed prices that will enable these people daily packages, weekly packages, for them to be able to connect, for schools to be able to connect, for students to be able to connect in different parts of the community. I cannot continue to emphasize the fact that it's very simple to set up. The same way that your cable TV is set up today, you can have it set up anywhere. So let's make it happen. Together we can change the story of those who are yearning for connectivity in the underserved areas, not just using the terrestrial services, not waiting on the MNOs to lay fibers to this community, but to use the last mile provider, which is satellite broadband connectivity. And at Connect, that is what we are all about, bringing high-speed satellite broadband connectivity to everyone in sub-Saharan Africa and to the unconnected in different parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done, Madupe. I appreciate the work you do, and of course at Utelsat. So as you can see on stage, you can see two devices. Now the devices are like your mini satellites. They're very unique, bespoke. When they talk about innovation and the Tizeti brand ethos, that is one of them. So on stage is the CTO, Ikena, and he'll be joined by Abiola, who's the Network Operations Center head, and of course, Lovely, who's also Network Operations Manager. But before then, Ikena will share one or two with us, and there will be a testing using the devices as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Ikena, CTO at Tizeti.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I'm here to speak about optimization of Tizeti network architecture. My name is Ikenna Uche. I am the Chief Technical Officer at Tizeti. I have over 20 years experience in the telecoms industry, and I've worked with Zoom Mobile, Mubax Nigeria, which is a subsidiary of Vodacom Nigeria. In the last 1 year, we've carried out some critical network infrastructure and bandwidth capacity upgrade. This is how our network architecture is and how we deliver internet today. We connect to Main 1 submarine cable via fiber to our towers, where Main 1 fiber is available, and where they are not available, we use wireless to connect, just like as you can see between the two towers. And from the towers, we connect to the customer's location, where they can get speeds of between 10 to 50 megabytes per second currently. At last year's NeXTGEN event, I had spoken about how we moved Main 1 core network architecture to Main 1 data center. What we have newly introduced is the upgrade of our connections at all our towers from 1 gig to 10 gig connections, which enables us deliver internet traffic through Main 1 fiber to our towers. This is what is called FTTT, fiber to the tower. We are also eliminating wireless connections between our towers by running fiber to most of them. This we did in the course of the year, and we will continue to do that. We have also partnered with Google to have direct connection and install Google Cache at Main 1 data center. We also partnered with Microsoft and ISPN, which is Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria. All this was made possible to have direct connection to these content providers just by being at Main 1 data center. All these partnerships have done is for us to reduce latency and improve the data speed. Our customers currently have enough data speed to now do between 10 to 150 megabits per second currently. Tizeti, thank you. We care about the environment. We care about the environment. Tizeti is known as the solar pioneer ISP base station in Nigeria. Our towers are solar powered rather than diesel generator powered base station. In order to improve our uptime, we engaged our world-class R&D team, research and development team, who developed and completed our first pilot wind turbine to complement solar power base station in Nigeria. This is to further improve our uptime and inch us closer to 100% network stability. We are going to continue to deploy the wind turbine solution to our locations in the course of the year. Tizeti has also been able to come up with this wind turbine installation not to subject our customers to increase in internet subscription by trying to subsidize the diesel cost consumption, unlike our competitors. This shows that we care about our environment. This is a video record of the wind turbine during the day. And you can play the video now. And we noticed that in the last couple of months, that the rains have increased with intensity, with windy conditions, especially at night. And with the windy conditions at night, we observe that the velocity of the wind turbine blade increases, thereby in turn increases the charge rate of the batteries. At this point, I would like to introduce my colleagues, Abiola and Loveline.
Thank you very much, Ikena. Make some noise for Abiola. She is the Network Operations Center Head, and Lovely, who is the Network Operations Manager. They are not nervous, so please show them some love with a loud round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome once again to Tizeti NeXTGEN 2.0. My name is Loveline Kashomo. I'm the Manager, Network Operations at Tizeti.
Hi, everyone. My name is Abiola Adeyemo, Tizeti Network Operations Supervisor.
Last year, we introduced to you a next-generation device that allowed us deliver 160 times our then guaranteed bandwidth of 2 to 5 megabits per second internet speed over a wireless connection.
We are pleased and excited to say that today, we now have the technology versus our competition, as we have gone a step forward by bringing you a rugged, yet light device that leverages our existing but optimized network infrastructure, which further improves our quality of service delivery to you, our fantastic customers. Prior to today, we established and set up a similar wireless connection from our fiber-connected base stations. If we can get your attention to the screen, please.
We'd like to show you a sneak peek of the device setup process.
The jumpsuits are available in pink, red, purple. So one of the benefits from what we've gathered and what we know is that the installation requires less manpower than the old satellites, so fewer hands. It's obviously lighter, more efficient. There we go.
Not only do we strive to improve our quality of service, we also ensure we adhere strictly to all health and safety guidelines in all our deployments. We are particularly excited about this device as it is highly resilient and weatherproof, thus addressing the challenges faced with wireless connections across the country.
With Tizeti now, we say no more unstable internet connection during unfavorable weather conditions. Amazing, right?
Of course, we can't go further without ensuring that this device delivers fantastic internet speed. Leveraging on May 1, our partner's fiber connection today, We will now show you the speed you can get while using this device. Let's double.
So as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we are... Wow. So that's the download. Let's check out the upload.
Keep the applause up, please.
You can do more.
Wow.
Thank you. As you have seen, with this high internet speed, we can deliver above 500 megabits per second internet speed over a wireless connection to customers across all our product platforms, both enterprise and residential.
Once again, we have shown that Tizeti is breaking a new frontier here by providing super fast, further advanced, and fantastic internet service to all our esteemed clients and partners.
Why not come on board? Join the bandwagon.
This is the next frontier.
Thank you.
Well done. A round of applause to Abiola and Loveling, ladies and gentlemen. Can your internet provider ever? Thank you for that. And of course, there were references to people who use a lot of bandwidth. And our next presentation addresses just that, talking about the Tizeti Turbo Connect. Ladies and gentlemen, make noise now, for the VP, Business Development, Omobolaji. Show some love, guys, show some love, show some love, show some love, show some love.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to Tizeti NeXTGEN 2.0. I'm excited to be introducing to you today Tizeti Turbo Connect, TTC, Tizeti Turbo Connect. My name is Omobolaji Akunde. I'm the VP, Business Development, Enterprise Sales, Tizeti. I've worked as a Sales and Business Development Manager with over 16 years in the IT and telecom industry. I previously worked with Vodacom Business Nigeria. Now, let me run you through the features and benefits of using Tizeti Turbo Connect. Tizeti Turbo Connect has been specifically designed for our customers that require a bandwidth capacity of above and beyond 10 megabits per second. That, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is faster speed today. This solution will be deployed on our upgraded fiber infrastructure using our point-to-point dedicated radio and with the wind turbine solution to guarantee uptime and reliability of service. Please note, this solution will be deployed using our upgraded fiber infrastructure, not VSAT, not satellite. As you can see, Tizeti has gone all out to make our customers happy. You can even see their smiling faces on the screen. What are the benefits that come with using Tizeti Turbo Connect? Unlimited data. Tizeti Turbo Connect is going to give you unlimited data of up to 150 megabits per second. Speed, right? As you know, we are in an era where we cannot do without data to stay connected to our loved ones, to keep abreast of information, use of multiple devices, streaming, downloading of heavy files, work from home. The list is endless. Tizeti Turbo Connect will address all these needs and more at an affordable, monthly recurring costs of 60,000 naira. With 60,000 naira, you can get up to 150 megabits of bandwidth capacity. That is cost savings. In the enterprise space, that is 10 times cost savings for you. This solution also comes with faster deployment. We can deploy it in a day once we receive all the necessary documents and payments. It also comes with a 24/7 dedicated personnel and a support line. Would you like to turbo? Please, I'll call on my colleague now, Precious, to run us through the remaining slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omobolaji. So make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for the Manager of Business Development and Enterprise Sales, Precious.
Thank you, Oscar. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Bolaji, for the introduction. My name is Precious Omagbe. I'm the Manager for Business Development and Enterprise Sales in Tizeti. I'm here to convince you on why you should use Tizeti Turbo Connect. Currently, for your internet subscription, you most likely will subscribe to one of the options I'm going to put on the screen. Mobile telecommunication network. They will provide you a speed of about 5 to 15 Mbps on the average, but you are limited by data caps. Or you may subscribe to any of the 4G or LTE network provider who also limit you by data caps. We also have the option of going for broadband internet providers who provide some level of unlimited internet, but limits you by providing you fair user policy. And so, because of the demand of our customers who want more speed, as the pioneers of unlimited internet, we launched the Tizeti Turbo Connect. Please, a round of applause for Tizeti. With Tizeti Turbo Connect, you get best of both worlds. You get increased bandwidth with speed, and you get uncapped data. Now, Tizeti has been doing this for a decade now, as you can see. We're here to celebrate our 10th anniversary, and we intend to continue doing this and providing this to our customers so that they'll be happy. A few minutes before, our Network Operations Center team came on stage to introduce to you how we've improved our infrastructure to meet up the demands and needs of our users. With this in mind, we launched Tizeti Turbo Connect. But in that, we also did a bit of comparison to see who in the space is providing anything close to what Tizeti Turbo Connect is. And we found satellite and retail fiber. Yes, they provide some level of unlimited internet, but on the price side, and for the speed that Turbo Connect is, none can match. Satellite like Starlink provides access of almost up to 150 Mbps for $110, which is about 80,000 naira, looking at the current exchange rate. But you and I know the war between naira and dollar, correct? Beyond that, there's a limit on bank card of $20 a month. So how would you pay your subscription month on month? And not to talk about retail fiber. But imagine the access a speed of up to 150 Mbps will do for you. If you are a heavy user, if you're a gamer, or if you stream multiple devices at home at the same time. For businesses in the financial industry, media companies that love to upload heavy content. For startups, this is cost saving. Just to think about how we're all moving back to the office. But the one interesting thing about Tizeti Turbo Connect is if you sign up today, you can have your internet installed immediately. Thank you, and happy 10th anniversary to Tizeti.
Thank you very much. Make some noise for Precious again. All right, how you guys doing? You all right? Are you all right? It's question, it's not fight. We'll be going on a break soon, the break that involves food. But before then, we still have one or two presentations. Those joining online, it's great to have you with us as well. Now, with every company, there is money involved, money going in and money going out. You have banks for the people, but what about the banks for the business? All right. Our next speaker, Shola, is from such a company. The company is called BAS. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause as Shola comes up on stage.
Right. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Shola. I run a financial service in Nigeria. It's called BRAS, and what we do is provide financial operation services for local businesses. Today, we serve about 30,000 businesses in less than 2 years, and it's quite amazing how much we've been able to build. Today, I'll be talking about the branchless bank, the branchless bank, and the importance of digital enablers and what that means for everyone and everyone that is participating in the enterprising community. Sorry, let me go back. So our mission at BRAS is to provide, how does this work? Our mission at BRAS is to make economic prosperity more accessible to everyone. A few years ago, I started thinking about economic prosperity and what that really means. For us, it means you need to provide education, it means healthcare, and the other thing that people don't talk about more often is providing permissionless access to economic tools. And my friends and I started working around this thought idea about providing permissionless access to economic tools, and we realized the real call of this is building for the SMEs, building for the local entrepreneurs. What are the tools we must build for them to be able to get to this point where these people with their dreams, they can get started, they can build in businesses, and they can get the growth capital that they need to be able to grow their business. And that became the idea that became BRAS that we launched in 2020. So I'm going to be walking us through the history, the brief history, permissionless access to opportunities, and how every one of us can participate in this new economy. Now, when you think about digital banking, what comes to your mind is the products you can actually access on your mobile app to access the things that you need to move money, to store value, and to be able to get access to capital. What people don't talk about is what is the point of digital banking in the first place? The whole point of this service is to be able to drive down the cost of banking, is to be able to make these financial services be available to everyone that may need it. And the most people that need this currently in this part of the world are entrepreneurs, small business owners. They need access to the kind of services that will help them to be able to get started, will help them be able to grow their business, and will help them to be able to get the tools they need to be able to operate their business. And that has been the whole point of BRAS from the very beginning. And for us, the more we work on this type of things, the more we realize that we can actually provide this access to these tools. Today at BRAS, you come online, you go to our website, you open an account in about, I think, 15 minutes, and then you have access to cash flow services, with financing, with prediction. You You have access to tools like invoices, you have access to treasury management, you have access to payroll, you have access to spend management. And all of this we make available to local businesses that want them and can actually get across to them. This is not possible about 4 or 5 years ago, but today you have this. Now, how do you participate in this new economy? For us, the more we build this product, the more we engage our customers, we realize that we are not in this business to disrupt anyone. We are here to organize the tools. We are here to work with more partners. We are here to work with distributors. We are here to work with every kind of business that is on the same mission with us to be able to deliver the value that we set out to give small business owners, the value we set out to give to entrepreneurs that are in the ecosystem. There is this, I don't know if anyone knows about William Gibson. William Gibson is a science fiction writer, and he has this quote where he says, the future has arrived. It's not just evenly distributed yet. I'm one of those people that I believe that the future has actually arrived, but for many of us, it hasn't gotten to this part of the world, and what we need to do is to share the ideas, to bring the future closer to us. And as we do all of these things, I really hope we see need for us to be able to embrace these new technologies that can push our businesses further, that can improve lives, and we can all participate in all of it. Thank you very much. My name is Sholan. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Once again, make some noise for Shola. Next up is no stranger to the Tizeti family. He is literally there in the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, the co-founder, COO of Tizeti, Ifeanyi Okonkwo. You can scream if you want to. It's not easy, but we're here. Mama, we made it.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ifeanyi Okonkwo. I'm one of the co-founders and the chief operating officer of this great company called Tizeti. And today, I'll be speaking to you about connecting new African countries, especially Tizeti's expansion to West Africa. Africa is the second largest continent in the world, and it is home to 1.25 billion people with limited access to high-speed internet. There are 500 million internet users, which is meant to hit 850 million by the year 2030 in 54 countries. Our vision is to be the #1 VoIP, video, and data service provider in Africa. And like you would have noticed from my colleagues who gave their presentation, we are actually #1 across all our product lines, be it wifi.com.ng, enterprise business, Tizeti hotspot, and Wi-Fi call. There has been a lot of money spent, billions of dollars, in laying submarine cables from Europe to the African continent. However, the problem remains the last mile, which is taking this capacity to the consumers. In the past, we've had quite a number of landing cables along the West African corridor. We've had Glo1, we've had Sat1, we've had Sat3, we've also had ACE. We've also had Main1, which landed in Lagos, Nigeria, Accra, Ghana, and Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. More recently, we have the Equiano cable. The Equiano cable is a 37-kilometer cable that runs from Portugal. It lands in Lome, Togo, and Lagos, Nigeria. And this cable is funded by Google. We also have the 2Africa cable. The 2Africa cable is currently being built by a consortium of telecommunication companies and is funded by Facebook. It is a 49-kilometer route cable that comes from Europe, circulates through Africa, connecting 33 countries, and then goes towards the Middle East. It will connect 3 continents, Europe, Africa, and Asia, and it will provide high-speed broad internet to about 3 billion new users. After executing flawlessly in Nigeria, we expanded to Ghana in keeping in line with our vision to become #1 in Africa. In 2019, we launched Ghana Wi-Fi. We started out in Greater Accra, in the Greater Accra area, connecting locations like Adenta, Dansoma, East Legon, Jesus, and Ashali Boche, just to mention a few. We then moved to the central region where we connected places like Kasoa, Asylum Down, and Senia. This is our office in Ghana. This is one or two of our base stations and a customer's installation in his premises. This is the Tizeti Ghana team. After successfully executing in English-speaking West Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana, Tizeti is taking bigger bets and expanding its services to French-speaking West African countries. We are going to start with Côte d'Ivoire, and then we'll move to Togo. Côte d'Ivoire is a country with a population of 27.7 million people. Its economic capital is Abidjan, with about 4.7 million people, which forms about 20% of the country's population. Internet penetration is less than 40%, and other great cities in Côte d'Ivoire include Bouaké, Yamoussoukro, and San Pedro. The map at my back shows the cross-section of locations in Abidjan. We have Cocody, Plateau, and Yamoussoukro. Next slide. During our initial visit to Côte d'Ivoire, we met great partners. One of the partners we met is our regulators, the ARTCI. We also met with our partner, May1 CIV, in their data center, and also Awale Corporation. We also leveraged on Y Combinator's network and met with Wave Mobile Money. This was just to give us a sense of what payments will look like once we launched. Togo. Togo is one of the smallest countries in Africa. The population is about 8.7 million, and the economic capital is Lomé. Internet penetration is about less than 25%. Another great big cities in this country is Sakode, Kara, and Atakpame. In summary, with all these cables landing on the West African corridor and internet penetration being less than 40%, Tizeti is well positioned to provide unlimited high-speed internet, which will bridge the digital divide in these two countries. And on a lighter note, parlez français. Merci.
Oui, oui. Oui, oui. Je m'appelle Jassy. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause to Ifeanyi. For those who've started businesses, partnerships, you will realize how important it is to have the right partner. I'm sure Kendall will attest to that. Having the right support is nice, but having the right partner is extremely crucial. And glad you could make it this year physically. Last year at 1.0, it was remote. And talking about remote, our next presentation is remote as well. And we have the EMEA sales lead of Cambium. How are you doing? Ionut, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
All right, great to have you. How are you feeling today?
I'm great, and thank you for inviting me today. It's good to be here remotely, and I see you have a very good attendance and good people there, and I'm very glad to be joining this event with you.
Fantastic. So basically, for those wondering what does Cambium do, they are vendors and also partners with Tizeti. They make some of the devices used in deployment. And of course, IoNote, we'll be talking about Gigabyte Wireless, which is basically the new fiber. Once again, welcome, IoNote. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I think I have some slides there. First of all, thank you for inviting me. And it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ionuț Croitoru, and I'm in charge of Africa sales for Cambium Networks. Together in the room with you, you also have my colleague Livingstone Wanko, which is the technical manager for Nigeria and for the broader Africa. And I'm extremely happy to be together with Kendall, with Ifeanyi, and with the team today, and celebrating their success. I think it's good to go on the second slide. Yes. So I was reading the other day, well, actually not the other day, earlier this month, this article on The Economist on African startups raising unprecedented amounts, and the article goes on and on about the opportunities and about what is happening in Africa and in Nigeria in particular, and somehow that came right on time with Kendall's call to have this presentation, to do this presentation, and it was just in time, because I started thinking what actually makes Tizeti successful. Because if you are looking on the statistics, it's one out of two startups they fail to scale. So I kept on thinking, and definitely the first thing which came in my mind about Tizeti is about innovation. And what you heard today in the presentations which you just attended, the super app, the turbo, what all the activities they are doing on the banking, Tizeti has been innovating on all levels, not just the connectivity, which I'm working with them very closely on the landline connectivity, but also on different levels, be it cloud or super app, as I mentioned. So a general amount of innovation. And then the second one, because historically Tizeti has been offering this service to residentials, I think it would be the value, the services which offer value. I think that's the most important thing when it comes to residentials. Residentials are very sensitive, as you know. Well, with an enterprise, when you are selling enterprise and you are failing, you can have a conversation, a professional conversation. You understand the failure, and then you take corrective actions, and then you move on, and you move on, and then you continue to do business. With residentials, it's a bit more difficult. You fail once, he might leave. If you fail twice, he will leave definitely. So having the right value, I think, has been the key for Tizeti to reach 10 years. And the last one, because it's a long time, is definitely grit. And what is grit in my mind? It's passion. And you have to be passionate about what you're doing. And Kendall and Ifeanyi have proven this on and on, that they are passionate about it. And in general, in startups, if you are not passionate about it, you will fail, because you will face so many problems along the line that you will just say, you know what, I'm quitting, I'm doing something else, I just want to drop and move on, and I want to be hired. So perseverance would be the second one on grit, and definitely a bit of craziness. So once again, happy anniversary to Tizeti. That was a picture we did back in 2017 when Tizeti kept on growing. I'm very happy to be together with this amazing team since, well, almost the beginning of the times, and since the first financing round, and really looking forward to see as Tizeti keeps on growing. The last things which you also see on the right side for me would be, starting from the startup phase to the early growth, going to what Ifeanyi was just mentioned earlier, which is going to different regions, to different territories. And I really look forward to see Tizeti, the next Pan-African operator. If you can, the next slide. Great. A bit about myself. I've been, and I'm sorry for not being together with you today. It would have been amazing. Unfortunately, my visa did not come in time. And this is an opportunity for one of the earlier speakers when we are speaking about digitalization. I think the state and the services, the public services, definitely, well, in some cases need a bit of digitalization. But this is me back in April 2010, when I was deploying one of the first WiMAX networks in Lagos. At the time, they were planning to offer services in between 500 kbps and 1 megabits per second. It was a startup at the time as well, which unfortunately did not manage to scale and did not manage to grow. But why did I put this slide? Because connectivity evolves, and it evolved over the past decade at such a pace that if you don't keep up with technology, you will be swallowed by the ones which do, and by the bigger companies. So if in 2010 we were speaking about 500 kbps to 1 megabit per second, now we're speaking about gigabits. So and in my last slide, you are going to see also a bit of a challenge which I would be throwing to Tizeti, and see how we can do that for the next 10 years and then for the next 20 years. So if you can switch to the next slide, please. Cambium Networks is a company I'm working with for the past 10 years now. So I'm from the very beginning with Cambium Networks. It is a manufacturer of solutions, I would say, and it has gone past the level of manufacturing products. Cambium is manufacturing solutions, and moreover, end-to-end connectivity solutions, be it point-to-point, high-capacity, point-to-multipoint, Wi-Fi, switching, industrial, IoT, Internet of Things, managing all the networks, all from the central point, which is the CN Maestro, as you see in this picture. It's doing everything from one end to the other. We now have headquarters is based in US, but we have offices on 3 continents. We have it in US, we have in Europe, and we have in India, and keep on growing. We are listed on NASDAQ, and the heritage of Cambium Networks is actually Motorola. And if you can pass to the next slide, back in 2011, Motorola decided to spin off the connectivity division and the broadband division, and that's how actually Cambium Network started. It started with a product, as you see, the first one on the left is PMP100. It was a product which did 14 megabits per second. So that was the capacity of a point-to-multipoint access point back in 2011. It was 14 megabits per second. Now, if I go across the years, if I just jump to the latest one, and I'm looking at the 60 gigahertz equipment we have, Cambium has launched just a couple of, almost 1 year ago, we are speaking about 3 gigabits per second. So things have changed, and companies which adopted technology and which have been at the forefront of technology adoptions have been the one and are the one, like Tizeti is, which are celebrating. So being the one which focuses on technology, which focuses on innovation, which focuses on their customer, is definitely bringing the rewards back. And what Tizeti has done, and as is part of the success, is the fact that they are offering solutions, the same as a successful ISP would do. And this is the life of a service provider from a landline connectivity point of view. And I'm sure that the Tizeti team is vibing with me when they see that tower with a lot of antennas, and they can very easily understand the amount of craziness which is there, the amount of interferences, disruption in service, and all the problems which are coming together. So one of the things which, one of the very early discussions when I was meeting Tizeti team was that we are having a lot of calls coming to our call center. We are having churn. So that's how everything started. So all in all, and I'm seeing that because I'm in charge of the whole of East and West Africa, starting from Ghana, going all the way to Mauritius. And I'm meeting ISPs in different parts of the world, in different parts of the continent. And when I see that 80% of the time they're spending is in managing their network and just trying to solve the problems of the existing problems, and only 20% or less is on getting new customers and going out there and doing business development, I think that's a big problem that has to be solved. It has to actually, if not 80% of the time spent on growing the business, on doing business development, and 20% on managing what you have, at least maybe a 60-40. Because if you spend most of your time in trying what you already have, when are you going to go and further grow? So this is, if you go to the next slide, please. This is why, we are celebrating now, or the question is, so why are we celebrating 10 years now with Tizeti when they have so many problems? And I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be part of this story. And I thank Kendall and Ify for trusting me at the beginning and for trusting the equipment I was promoting at the beginning. Because I truly believe that Cambium networks and the products that they have deployed and they continue to deploy now to connect residentials have proved to be the right choice. So if you can go to the next slide, please. The next one, perfect. If you can just go and fill in the slide, that would be perfect, because there are multiple clicks you have to do over there. What Tizeti understood is that they cannot just offer connectivity. And first of all, and the second one is that there is more out there. So we started with a particular product, and at the top of the line, you see a chain of products that Cambium has in the portfolio. And they also understood that it's not one solution fits all. It definitely has to be a tailored solution. If we are speaking about city center, or if we are speaking about the outskirts of the city, it's a different environment. City center might need gigabit connections, so maybe a 60 gigahertz CN wave is suitable, while on the outskirts, where you have longer distances, where you have maybe not so much demand and your customers are more price sensitive, you might want to go with a different product, like the one on the right, which is the EPMP 4000. So one of the, and this is pretty much my conclusion on why Tizeti managed to grow and to achieve 10 years and to celebrate these 10 years, is that they have embraced a variety of technologies and mapped those technologies against the requirements and against the realities on the field. Because you can go with a very good deal of a Ferrari to somebody who has, $1,000, but he will not buy it. You have to speak on the voice of that $1,000 budget. So this is something which Tizeti has done very well in mapping the demand and the needs and the products. So if you can go and fill in the rest of the slide. This is something, and they have gone one step further. If you remember, they have deployed a massive Wi-Fi connection, Wi-Fi network around Lagos. We have partnered also in that one with them, and we are doing now, I think, more than 4,000 to 5,000 access points around Lagos, which offer connectivity to the street level. So offering the customer, and I was so glad to see earlier today the super app, where through the same app, you can take advantage on all the packages, on all the connections and all the connectivities, all the services. I think that brings a lot of value, because yes, you might be in the city, you might want to have connectivity there as well. So the super app will save the day. And then when you're at home, the super app will again save the day, because you can connect on your fixed broadband. And as an example, we have been partnering to do an end-to-end solution with fixed broadband, bringing the connectivity from the tower, from the mast to the street level, and further on from the street level, going one step further, one level further, going to the end customer. And reaching the end customers on outdoor also opens pretty much a unique opportunity, because all of a sudden, you start knowing details about that customer. You can start filling up a profile. You can understand that this customer is more moving is roaming on this area, is connecting on Ikoyi or on Lekki, and this is where it's spending. So it can further on as we move and as things evolve, it can go into a massive marketing tool. because I start to know things about this customer. And of course, with his approval, with the customer's approval, I can inform that customer about what he actually needs in his area. So it's going to be as targeted as possible. And the last but not least is also the fact that we are covering everything from 10 megabits per second to 3 gigabytes per second. Everything connected into a single point. This is another example where having a connectivity, a Wi-Fi, and the camera, everything bundled together into like a campus is justifying the direction that Tizeti took. That just not connectivity only will not just do it. So if you can go one step further, what we see now, we see campuses everywhere, and we have particular programs for education and for hospitality, as well for healthcare. So all the partners that we are having who are doing projects on the education, for a school, for a university, who are doing projects for a hospital, we can help them and offer them better discounts and better prices, because we are we care very much about these two directions. But going on a broader scale, campuses are everywhere. We see them on logistics, on warehouses, on healthcare, on smart cities. And just one product will not fit, it will not do it. Just bringing the connectivity there might not do it. So having an end-to-end solution, having the connectivity, the aggregation through switches, and the last mile, which is on Wi-Fi, everything supervised by a network management tool, is what makes the life of ISP so much easy. Because in a matter of seconds, the support team can find out what is the problem when a customer calls. This is one example where which we have done lately, which is the Delta State University. It's been a full end-to-end solution for them as well. We know that the students are very much consumers of data, consumers on all levels, be it personal or educational. And one thing that COVID has taught us is that digitalization has to happen, and education and digitalization of education has to happen, because people and students might not be able always to be in the class. And also learning at distance, it's at their fingertips. So it can go one step further. From schools, we have done factories, and very proud to do the Dangote factory. As well, we have partnered with Zenith Bank to connect all their branches. And it's not just connectivity for one customer. It can be connectivity for the customers. It can be connectivity for the guests. It can be connectivity for the special services that they're having. So the three pillars that we are pretty much sure that we'll do for any campuses are the switching, the fixed broadband, bringing the data to the ground, then aggregating it through switching, and then one step further, deploying it and offering it through Wi-Fi, be it indoor or outdoor Wi-Fi, be it hotels or schools. Any of them can be campuses. And if you can go to the last slide, I think that would be, and that would be my last slide. That would be also a challenge and the vision. Well, no, if you can stay on the last slide, please, on the one with the conclusions. One challenge for Tizeti would be to offer 100 megabits per second to all Nigerian households as their minimum in 2032, when we are going to have again the 20 years party. And then 10 years later in 2020 and 2042, when we are going to have the 30 years party, to have in their portfolio the minimum of a gigabit for the households. Of course, everything can be augmented by a 5G technology, but fixed broadband for the residentials, which are more and more demanding, be it because of their YouTube, be it because of Netflix, and we see how much the streaming services have grown in the past years, is one thing that we have to make sure our customers are receiving it properly and they are enjoying it.
Fantastic.
So having said this, it has been a pleasure. It has been a pleasure partnering, and it is a pleasure partnering with Tizeti and working with them to deploy fixed residential services. And I really look forward to meet them and to do plans for the next 10 years, because I think it is the best is yet to come. So thank you very much. It has been a pleasure speaking with you today and being in front of you today. And have a nice event further on.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ionot. We're about to have lunch. What would you like to have for lunch? Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I said we're about to have lunch. What would you like to have for lunch? We can
for lunch. Oh my!
What did you say?
That's a good. Well, if I would be there, what I would have for lunch, I don't know. Definitely some rice with some meat. Definitely.
You will live long with some smoky jollof rice and snail. Thank you so much, Ionot from Cambium. Look forward to having you physically here, hopefully at the NeXTGEN 3.0. So we are moving on very quickly. We're almost to the end of this. Once again, a big shout out to each and every one of you online. Appreciate the comments, appreciate you taking the time to be here, and appreciate you celebrating 10 years of Tizeti so far. The journey has only just begun, and if morning shows the day, the future is indeed bright for Tizeti. Next up is a very unique presentation. Now, what is about to be presented to you is one of a kind. They're probably the only company doing it this way in Nigeria. It's insurance, but it's insurance for the devices, for the Wi-Fi, and also for some of the stuff in your house. I had to ask the gentleman, like, are you sure, is this thing unique to you guys? Say, yep, they're the first of its kind, and you get to know more about that. Ladies and gentlemen, do make welcome Mayowa from Paddy Cover.
Okay, thank you. Yay. Okay.
People heard insurance now, they didn't clap. Wow.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mayowa Olabi. I'm the CEO and co-founder at Paddy Cover. We're a microinsurance company in Nigeria. Thank you, Kendall. Thank you, Tizeti, for this. And I tap into your, how will I put it, your testimonies for other people. Next year, maybe you hear that Allianz has bought us for maybe $2 billion or something. Yeah. So I know we've all been, a lot of us have been seated here for a while, and I don't want to bore you. I'm not going to go through a very long presentation. I'm just going to tell you a story. And I'll tell you what we're trying to solve. In Nigeria and Africa, as it were, we're fighting against the largest insurance company, to deliver insurance, and that's Blood of Jesus Incorporated. Everybody is covered by the blood of Jesus. Get insurance for your car. Oh, no. I'm covered. Nothing's going to happen to me. I'll go out and I'll come back. Nothing's going to happen. I'm not going to fall ill. I'm not going to go to the hospital. But that misconception has impoverished us and taken us back. And we saw this firsthand when my daughter was ill. I went to the hospital. My HMO was rejected, and I had to pay out of pocket. I hated that because I had other things I wanted to do. And I and my co-founder decided to look for ways to help solve that problem, which was a flexible way to pay for health insurance, or insurance, as it were, that won't, compete with your wallet and share of mind. So, and how are we solving this kind of thing? We're working with aggregators and channel partners and underwriters like Tizeti to distribute their embedded insurance to all their customers. We started in 2018, and we started with health insurance, then decided to do car insurance. And in 2020, March 2nd, Safe Border decided to take a gamble with us, and we did bundled insurance for their riders. In less than 3 months, we had 11,000 people signed up. And because it was very easy to pay, and they felt that they weren't being shortchanged and nobody was stealing their money, no insurance company was coming and taking all their money and not paying them when there were claims and all of that. And we now said, oh, we had hit on something, and we decided to grow that pipeline and started looking for other channel partners like Ecodisco, Shotlast, Tizeti, and Co to partner with to help bring more people into the insurance bracket, as it were, and let them benefit from what the elite, as it were benefiting from. Why are we doing this? When you are financially excluded, you are let out of a lot of things you can't access. For example, you are driving a car and your car has an accident, and you have to pay a huge sum from your pocket for that. I mean, it can destabilize you. I bought a new car, and I had to choose between paying insurance for the car, doing my daughter's birthday, and paying school fees. And I had no choice but to do the birthday and pay school fees. You know, I left the car on 5,000 naira third-party insurance because I had no other house to go to. You know, my wife would kick me out. So, and that drained me. And I know a lot of other people were facing that same thing, and we decided to say, okay, how can we do this? How can we make it easier for people to pay? Nobody was offering me pay as you go or pay small, small. The only one that came up was AXA, and they said either I had to be a staff of GT Bank or I had to be a customer for 2 years and all of that. And I wasn't any of that. And I saw that huge gap. In Nigeria, sorry, let me skip to, where is it? Sorry, I just wanted to show you the stats, where we have roughly, is that it? So, no. I think the one before this. There's an infographic showing the number of people we have covered with insurance, microinsurance in Nigeria. We're roughly 321,000 from a population of 94 million adults. Only 321,000 are covered with microinsurance. Minus the mandatory vehicle, group life, and co. Insurance penetration is very, very, very poor. You know? Yeah. Insurance penetration is very, very poor. And what we're doing with Tizeti is working with them and their customers to allow you, just by paying your subscription, have access to home content insurance and with time life insurance, such that if anything happens to the equipment in your house or some of the content in your house, you are covered from 400,000 naira to 1.6 million. So it could be the CPE, it could be your TV, your chair, your fridge, whatever it is, as long as you're covered. You know, if they come and rob you, or there's a fire, or there's flood, or your house, there's an earthquake, act of God, you're covered. And we've seen that that helps you bounce back. These are some of the plans that we have. Burglary, death, a lot of things that are put into this. And there's no competition for share of wallet or share of mind. We started with Tizeti a couple of months back, and we've seen a massive uptick, and we expect this to grow in the coming months. Yeah, and we expect this to grow in the coming months. As I said, I'm just here to tell you a story. I'm not going to bore you. We're working with people like Tizeti to bring more people into the insurance bracket. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayowa of Paddy Cover. Very innovative idea right there in the insurance ecosystem. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be creating wealth online. The next company and speaker is a lady who is going to help you basically walk out of here richer than you came. It's an investment platform. They deal with individuals and businesses when it comes to, in terms of stock and shares and basically investment. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Desayo, the COO of Trove.
Let's clap a little bit more. We could do a little bit better than that. Awesome, awesome. Hi everyone, my name is Desayo, and I'm standing on all previous acknowledgements for all the dignitaries in the house. I'm here to talk about Shrove, and so permit me a little bit to take you to school. This would be a little bit of, schooling and just kind of talking to you about money. We've learned a lot about internet, about banking, about, essentially how to make life work. But what's the underlying factor for all of that? We have to make money, right? Why are you here? You're probably here to understand how to make money and how to double your money. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So essentially, like I mentioned, why are you here? We all have purposes. Everyone is probably working for somebody or an entrepreneur trying to drive businesses. And I know we are passionate about the things that we do. I'm passionate about what I do at Shrove as well. But really, the bottom line is that we're trying to make money. In fact, about half of the population of the world lives below the poverty line, which is about 3 billion people. I mean, that is not... It's not an incredible number to talk about, but it's something that we have to kind of face. It is incredible that we, as a people, as Africans, actually, we have to think about how to generate income for ourselves, not just for our families. I mean, the bedrock of things like education, healthcare is money. So we have to figure out how to get to that point of making money. So now, did you know that actually before you make money, the single most powerful thing you can think about is your mind. You have to almost see it, you have to visualize it, you have to craft it in your mind before it happens. And actually, Shrove has made that simple for you. You can now do that at the comfort of your cell phone. I'm sure everyone in this room has a cell phone that you can use. And so, let's go to school. So if you think about where your money is, you can think about whether you're putting your money in your assets, one, or if your money is in liabilities, the cars that you buy and the toys that you like to have and you like to service, those things are good, but they're liabilities. You can also think about your stream of income, how you make money, how money comes into your hands. However, you also spend money for your daily activities, to either buy Tizeti, internet, or things like that. So we want to kind of categorize on the assets column today, because that's kind of how you double everything else that you do. So if you like to have fancy toys, you want to buy a yacht, you kind of need to grow your asset column to be able to do that. Now, like I said, we're going to go to school a little bit, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about stocks. I'm sure a lot of you in this room probably know what that means. But let me kind of, refresh your mind a little bit. Think about stocks as the ownership of a company. Now, the amount of stocks that you own in a certain company would definitely mean would be commensurate to the amount of control that you have. So a favorite example I like to use is Tesla. If you have a piece of Tesla, you kind of can control Tesla, but you would not have the same control that Elon Musk would have, right? But if Tesla, grows and is doing better and things are going well for Tesla, then you probably reflect that in your own ownership as well. And at that point, you can decide to either sell the stock or kind of keep it to see where it goes. So, as we all know, or as we should all know, that investing, in the stock market is one of the best ways to build long-term wealth. You buy something today, and I'll kind of show a little bit of a demonstration for how that actually, multiplies. You buy something today, in another 10 years, it'd be worth a lot more, not just because of the factors that drive, the company and the growth of the company, but not just macroeconomical issues that we should probably consider as well. Things like inflation would also kind of contribute to how the stock market and the economy kind of grows, and the underlying factors of the stock market. Over the pandemic, actually, 2020, I think everybody and their moms were in the stock market. Everyone wanted to invest in the stock market because whatever you touched was kind of just going up to the moon, to the moon, to the moon. And it was great because at Shrove, before that, we had actually come into Nigeria and would actually given people that opportunity. Prior to us coming into Nigeria, Nigerians did not have the access to be able to buy, say, for instance, Amazon or just another Facebook stock, for instance. Nigerians didn't have that opportunity, but following Shrove, being in the market or being in the Nigerian industry, we were able to let Nigerians invest and play in those markets that kind of essentially leveled the playing field for a lot of Nigerians to things that people in the other world or the outside world or in the West already has. So I think that democratization that we already have before now, or that we were able to create before the pandemic was able to kind of let people, we saw people build houses, we saw people send themselves to school, or even fund their kids' education. I mean, there was just a lot of wealth that Trove was able to bring into the Nigerian economic system. So, first of all, let's just demystify a lot of the things that people think, investing in the stock market is. If you're investing in stocks, you're gambling. That's not true. If you're investing in stocks, you should do your due diligence. You should understand the business. You should understand the business model. You should be confident enough to talk about the business model before you invest in, whatever stocks you are trying to invest in. So it's really not mini, money, more. Let me try this one, or let me try that one. For instance, you've been sitting here all day. You kind of understand the whole book of work that Tizeti does. Now you can say if Tizeti was a publicly owned company, you can then say, all right, I really understand where Tizeti is trying to go. I see where they are. I understand their stock market price now. I think they're going to do a little bit further in another year or two. I'm actually going to invest in the company, so I'm going to buy one share of their stock, or 10 or 100, whatever that is. And you can actually also buy fractional shares, especially with Trove. People also think that investing in the stock market means that it is for brokers or like rich people. I don't have a lot of money, so it's not for me. I will just keep my little naira in my my wallet or whatever under my bed or whatever the case is. And that's not true. Like I mentioned, in 2020, everybody was in the stock market, and people actually gained a lot because the market was kind of going up. So it's not really for just people who know how to do it now, because you can also learn, and it's not for people who seem to have a lot of money, because you can actually start with as little as 5,000 naira in your wallet right now. Now, there's also this whole myth that if anything goes up in the stock market, it must come down. I have to acknowledge that there are corrections in the stock market, but it doesn't mean that anything that goes up must come down. The laws of physics do not apply in the stock market. Again, if you do your due diligence, you do your homework, and you ensure that what you're investing in is not just, a gamble, it's not an AMC when the whole thing was happening, or a GME. Any of that stuff, and you really believe in the company that you're investing in, you can talk about the economics, you can talk about the fundamentals of what they do. It doesn't always mean that they're going to come back. Now, there might be a correction, things might happen, it might decrease a little bit, but if you have a good future outlook, the only way would be up. Okay, so how do people who hold stocks, how do they make money? There are two different ways to make money in the stock market. Now, the first one is dividend stocks. So essentially what this means is you can invest in, say, legacy institutions who are already established and actually give dividends. And we'll talk about a few of those actually in the course of the presentation. Another way is you can invest in growth stocks. Like I mentioned earlier, Tesla is a growth stock. And what you are really betting on in the dividends category is that, all right, these people are very established. They already have their kind of proof of work. They've done this for many years. And so every quarter or every so often, every period, whatever that timeline looks like, they will pay me a certain token. And so I would, earn money, and this would be a way for me to earn passive income. And that's usually typically guaranteed. And all of that information honestly exists everywhere. And you can definitely get that information in a Trove app as well. But on the growth side, what you're betting on is that, well, if I invest in Facebook now and I put my 10,000 naira in Facebook, I like what Facebook is going. They're doing Oculus. They're doing all these different, minor things. And I think that with the metaverse, I think that they're going to go, 10x, 2x, whatever that number is, based on your analysis. Then you're betting that whatever amount I put right now, in another couple of years, once Facebook is able to achieve the things that they have set out to achieve, that money is going to grow. That money is going to go from 10,000 naira to maybe 15, maybe 20, maybe 100,000 naira. Who knows? But those are the different categories that you kind of bet on when you are invested in the stock market. All right, so dividend stocks. So we have a list here, and this is just an example. There are a slew of other stocks in the stock market that pay dividends, but I just wanted to give you a flavor of what happens. And you can, again, invest in both, stocks on Nigerian exchanges. You can see MTN is here, pays an average dividend of about 7%. There's also Dangote stocks, but you can also see there's Chevron. There is Wells Fargo, that's a bank. AT&T, that's in communications. So if your game plan is, hey, I just want to get passive income, I just want to get some dividend yields somehow from these stocks, then you will have to tailor your strategy and you have to align your strategy to that effect. And then you can see, all right, is it okay for me to pay this amount of money to be able to earn this dividend, kind of think about it as like interest on your money over X period of time. Okay, so examples of growth stocks. I already talked about Tesla. And if you invested in Tesla 10 years ago, if you invested $1,000 in Tesla, right now you have about $150,000. And yeah, I would love to have that too, but a lot of people probably don't have that patience. The same thing for Amazon and Apple. If you invested $10,000 in those companies about 20 years ago, maybe you probably didn't have the opportunity to do so 20 years ago, but if you did, you have multiples of your money now. And the good thing is, Trove has provided you that access today, so you no longer have to wait another 20 years to say, oh, I wish I did this in 2022, when you can actually get started today. Okay, there we go. Another way to invest in the stock market is through ETFs, exchange-traded funds. Now think of ETFs as a basket of stocks. So say your style is, I'm not in the business of picking winners and losers. I like the tech stock kind of industry, but I don't know who's going to win, I don't know who's going to lose, and I don't want to have to pick those individual stocks. I would rather invest in something that has like a basket of stocks. What that means for you is you can kind of hedge your bets. And so if one particular stock is not doing as well, that's okay because you don't get to fill that, kind of pull down. But on the flip side, if one of those stocks as well is not doing that well, or is doing that well, you probably wouldn't get the upside as much as you would. So it's almost like a hedge, but at least you're in the stock market and at least you're trading something. So it's almost think about it as like diversification. I don't want to pick individual stocks, but at least I have a basket of stocks that I'm guaranteed that not everything will probably crash at the same time. So it's it's kind of protecting your choices. But before picking the ETF that you want to invest in, which is kind of what I tell people to start with, especially if you're new in the stock market and you don't even know where to start, you want to think about, you could just start by Googling what are ETFs or examples of ETFs, and Google would just like send you a bunch of options. Or you could go on your Trove app, if you download it today, and just kind of look for the ETFs in that category. A few things that you want to look for in ETFs would be, one, the trading activity. So you want to make sure that there is volume on that particular ETF, that people are talking about it, that there is just data, and that they actually are playing in the stock market. You want to see what's in the basket as well. You want to make sure that the kind of stocks that they're picking, that you actually believe in them, that they're not obscure, that you've heard about them, that you probably think that they are foundational. You want to do your own due diligence on the kind of pool that they've assembled together. And lastly, you want to kind of think about the age of the fund. So you don't want to invest in something a fund that was just created a year ago, because you don't know, you don't have any data on them. You kind of don't know how they're going to outlive, or you don't have extensive data that dates longer than a year. So essentially, try to look for things that are more than maybe 3 years old. 5 years and 5 years plus would probably be the best case scenario. But make sure that you're investing in something that people have tested and proven that is a good ETF. Now, let's get started with Trove. I don't know how many of you in this room have heard about Trove, but essentially, Trove is a financial platform that is accessible, is right there on your Play Store, on your App Store, that you as individuals today can use to begin to access the stock market. You can access the Nigerian Stock Exchange right directly from your Trove app. You can access the New York Stock Exchange directly from your Trove app, and the other exchanges in the US. And as businesses as well, you can also do the same. And I would give you a contact in case you wanted to get started. All right, so if we think about, you've downloaded and now you're ready to kind of jump in. You want to think about, how do I allocate my assets? I have this money set aside, I have this 100,000 naira, and I want to kind of figure out how I want to play in the market. Like I mentioned to you, your options could be, hey, I want to buy direct equities, so I want to buy individual stocks. I know the stocks I want to buy. I'm very bullish on them. They're going to do incredibly well, and I'm ready to wait I don't know, 30 years. Say, for instance, today you're 20, and you're willing to wait another 30 years for one business or a certain individual stock to really do what you think it's going to do in terms of executing all their plans, then you have to think about that by age. So your particular circumstance could be different from somebody else whose risk profile is completely averse. I don't like taking risks. I want to make sure my money is there. I want to make sure when I open the app tomorrow, my money hasn't done, there's no volatility on my money. That's another way to kind of, plan your asset allocation and things that you invest your money in. Another thing to think about is, what are your investment goals? Are you just trying to really make a lot of money very quickly? And does that mean that you can, withstand some volatility? If something has the opportunity or potential to go up really quickly, they probably also have the potential to go down really quickly as well. So you kind of want to just make sure that, all right, I'm not playing in the stock market, especially aggressively with my school fees, for instance, or my kids' school fees, for instance, or something that has to do with, a huge part of your asset allocation or of your savings. You want to make sure that you're thinking about, all right, how old am I today? What are my investment goals, and how much of the volatility in the market can I really weather? Do I want to play on the safer side and just get ETFs and just watch my money grow, by token every day, or how do I want to kind of play my accessibility in the stock market? Now, what's next? So now you've determined how you're going to allocate your assets in the stock market. I'm going to buy some ETFs, maybe going to buy some individual stocks that I'm very bullish about. What then do you do? Now you actually just contribute regularly, which is, there's this whole thing about you not being able to time the market. You might buy something today and it might feel like, oh, I bought it at a very, at a high, but if you actually invest consistently, well, you know what's going to happen? You're probably going to catch the bottom at some point as well. So you can't just say, all right, I want to invest 200,000 Naira, for instance, in the stock market, and I'm just going to do that on one day. It's actually it's better for you to just start doing a little 5,000 Naira today, 10,000 Naira tomorrow. When I get some more money, I'll do that as well over a long time. That way you can do something called dollar cost averaging. You can actually begin to put your money in and catch either sometimes the bottom, sometimes just like a very sane price point of the stock, and just kind of grow with the business like so. I was still talking about the last slide. Let's go. Now I'm trying to go back. Okay, and then another thing is, as you are building your portfolio, you want to make sure that you are also rebalancing and you are adjusting as necessary. Your goals might change, your risk profile might change, and you're also growing older by the day, right? So you want to make sure that if you feel like you are a little too aggressive or a little too diversified, you want to pull back a little bit and maybe put things that you're more comfortable with. Maybe you were invested in a lot of individual stocks, for instance. You might say, all right, I'm going to get out of these individual stocks and do a lot more ETFs. Or I feel like I have a cushion with my ETFs. I'm going to branch out into a lot more individual stocks and kind of, see that upside. Now, you might not know where to start at all. You might feel like, I don't even know where to start. I don't know what Disa is talking about. Where do I go? Actually, Trove is also in the business of educating you. So if you download the Trove app today, we have something called Trove University. What does that do for you? It takes you from literally zero knowledge to becoming an expert in the market. You have everything from understanding financial planning to understanding market insights. You can literally put a stock in there and it will give you all the information you need to know about making a decision on that stock or on that ETF. And those different branches and things are just very, very easy for you to do on your Trove app. Get started today. We are on the Play Store, we're on the App Store, as well as the web. And like I mentioned, if you're a business here, your business can also own other businesses. Your business can actually own stocks as well. So if you want to reach out to us, please do so. That's our email and our website. Do check us out. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. If there was ever a crash course on stock and investment, that was it. Well done, Desai. There was a lot to unpack there, but I think the general idea is to diversify. Where Nigerians, for those who are on a one salary, one business, one job kind of situation, stocks, shares is always a great way to go. But first, have money. So the prayer is to have that money first and grow it. So we are, and that was officially the last speaker today. It will be time for lunch after this next and very important presentation. The gentleman I am about to introduce to you needs no introduction, as cliched as that might sound. But what's more impressive is the journey of this said man. From a vision 10 years ago, somewhere in Agungi, he pulled up his pants, his socks, his trousers, his shirt, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work. Everything you see around you is because this gentleman refused to give up. This gentleman said, you know what? I will do it. It started out as a different idea. They just wanted a box for a game, and this has led to the Tizeti story. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, and you can indulge me, please arise and an applause for the one and only founder, CEO, Sir Kendall Ananye, as he makes his presentation on the next frontier. Make some noise, people!
Hey, woo. Good, let's remain standing. So I'm going to ask a question to be sure that people were listening to Desai's presentation, right? If you had two companies, one of them promised you a dividend of 1%, but they will grow their value, they'll double their value every year, or one other company, like some of the ones, the big ones that you saw on the screen in Desai's presentation, said they will just give you 7% dividend, but they won't grow the value because they are growing really slow, because they are really big already. Which one would you invest in? Number one of 1%? Or number two of 7%? 1%. If you said 1%, you can sit down. Okay, you people were listening. A round of applause for my guest.
Sorry, Kendall. Somebody said 17%. I don't know who that person is.
That's the problem, actually. Okay, good. Thank you, everyone. Okay. The video you're going to watch is a presentation when me and Ifeanyi went down to Silicon Valley. This was a presentation we used to raise the largest seed round at that time. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kendall, and that's Ife. We're the founders of Wi-Fi.com.ng. We're building the ISP for Africa. We offer unlimited internet to African businesses and homes, starting with Nigeria. Let me tell you something about Africa. There are 120 million people with smartphones, but only 10% of them have a broadband connection in their home or office. So that means there are 108 million people we can sell internet to at $30 a month, which gives us a market size of 38 billion. Let me tell you why that's hard. Wired connections are not feasible. We don't have phone lines running to people's homes. We don't have the road networks to run cable alongside, and power is unreliable. Balloons, drones, satellites will not work in the cities. It might work in the rural areas, but that's not where the population is. The proven way to provide internet is through Wi-Fi. We provide unlimited internet at 30% the price of mobile data plan, making it a no-brainer for the customer. We're able to do this because we build and own the infrastructure. This is one of our Wi-Fi towers. It's super capital efficient, and it pays back in 7 months. It can support 1,500 customers. We've built 35 of these towers using the profits of the business. We are at a 1.2 million ARR, not GMV, and we're growing at 25% monthly. Something amazing happened over the last couple of weeks that shows we're doing a great job. We signed a multi-million-dollar contract with the leading social media company in the world to build out more of these towers and increase their user base in Africa. We have a great team who has managed projects with Exxon, built software for Microsoft, and telecoms experience with BlackBerry and Aircom. We are Wi-Fi.com.ng. We're building the ISP for Africa, just like Comcast did a couple of decades ago and built a monopoly. It's a $38 billion market. We're at the 1.2 million ARR. We're growing 25% month over month, and we just signed a multi-million-dollar contract with the leading social media company in the world. If this is interesting to you and you want to be part of the pipe through which all of the innovation in Silicon Valley is going to get to Africa, come talk to me or click the like button. Thank you.
So if you were one of those in the audience 5 years ago when you went to Silicon Valley, would you have invested in us? Yes or no? Are you sure? Because we walked around Nigeria and nobody invested in us. We had to go all the way to Silicon Valley to get validation. But we understand, right? And so our role in building the next frontier, we've been talking about the next frontier. You've seen a number of startups come here. I can't even, broadband is very important, and obviously, so I'm not going to, but I wanted to tell you a story about myself. And so, years 1996, I'm 15 years old. I just finished school. I left from primary 4 to secondary school and SS2. I wrote SS and SS2. So I'm sure not a lot of people would have finished secondary school by 15. But think about 1996. There's no internet, and so a young kid walks into a stockbroking firm on Warehouse Road in Apapa and says he wants to invest in an IPO. The stockbrokers were confused. They were like, "Do you even know what you are doing?" They didn't even know if it's possible to sell stock to a kid back in 1996, right? And so I bought Triple G's IPO because I'd learned how to, remember I told you I learned how to code at age 12, so I've already gotten into tech and all of that, right? And so a few months later, First Bank's investors were divesting, and so they had another public offer. And so I came down again to the same stockbroker, and this time they were now alarmed. They're like, what is going on? Think about where you were at 15. You shouldn't be thinking of things like IPO, divestment, but that's Nigeria for you, right? And which is part of why some of the slides, I like what TSAS is doing with the kids, because we always believe that people are too young to do anything in Nigeria. But this is 1996, and I was bold enough to do those things. But they spoke something which has come to life. They said, now that you're starting early as an investor, you likely will be a very good investor when you grow up. And I continued doing that for the rest of through school and all of that. And then I invested in a company called Paystack, which was the first exit we had in Nigeria. And I was one of the investors that made 20x on that exit. I'm also one of the luckiest investors in the ecosystem because I now have 4 exits. And so if you look at the life cycle of a company, I've just tried to make it simpler. It starts with friends and family, right, where you're starting a business, you send an email, or you try to get raise funding from your friends and family. When we started Tizeti, I sent an email to all my friends and family saying, oh, I have this idea, this crazy idea about building internet. This was after we had launched in France French Colony, to all my friends. So my family, obviously, they all chipped in. To my friends, they were all surprised. Some thought I was crazy. They're like, have you heard of MTN? What are you trying to do? Right? And then only one person came back from that mailing list, and wanted to invest. That person is Ifeanyi Okonkwo, my co-founder. A round of applause for Ifeanyi. And then Ifeanyi told me at the amount he wanted to invest. I looked at it, I'm like, that's a significant amount for you. Right? Even if he believes in it, like he was there, obviously, French Colony and all of that. But I was like, I don't think we should do this, right? We should probably get investors. But he left me with, if I had a lot more conviction than I did at the early stage, right? But we're lucky we got in touch with a VC, and we got the first, which would have been one of the first $1 million term sheets back in 2014. But when we looked at the terms of the term sheet, it was not right when we researched it. And then Ifeanyi and I looked at it, even though this could have been amazing for us, we could have been one of the early in the ecosystem, we turned down the $1 million term sheet and decided that we wanted to put in the work, understand what we're doing a lot more, and then raise some financing, right? And so after that stage is the next stage in the business where you understand the concept and you're prototyping. So that's your seed stage, which is where we raised the seed stage out of Y Combinator. And then you have all the different series, Series A, Series B, Series D, as long as for you to grow the business till you get to where you have diverse revenue streams, you're raising large amounts of money, and you're either exiting, either going public or exiting to a private equity firm. And so the next frontier, your role in the next frontier is we're trying to actually provide internet to the entire Africa, not just Nigeria. Tizeti has always said Africa's #1 voice, video, and data. So yes, we're #1 now by active users and users in Nigeria, but we have global ambitions, and Ifeanyi has taken through some of the near-term plans, but we have a long way to go. So if I now asked you if you would invest in Tizeti, if you had the opportunity to go back in time, would you invest in Tizeti? If we could go back in time to our seed stage, would you invest in Tizeti? Okay. And so you now have the opportunity, because today we're going to explore public markets for equity and debt to fund our next phase of growth. And thank you, everyone. And for me personally, let me enjoy it. Thank you, man.
Please, off this thing now, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And for me, it's more about, for me and Ifeanyi, it's more about just having Nigerian ownership of our startup. Or like a kid like I was able to buy into an IPO in G and was able to start off his own investing, which is why I wanted the folks in Trove to come down here to explain how you can create wealth off of a public company. But that opportunity is coming soon, and you'll be able to do that. And we have the crazy experienced leadership team among startups. And I requested that I wanted my company to always be led by Nigerians, because if you're intentional about finding the right Nigerians to do the job, you will find them. So we're one of the last few startups that's at growth stage that's still 100% led by Nigerians. And the combined experience of our leadership team is 100 years. So we have 100 years of experience to lead this company. So road to listing. It's still a long road. So this is, first stage is explore. So we need to pick an exchange. We've reserved our ticker on NASDAQ, $Tizeti. We're also looking at London because we are one of the London Stock Exchange companies to inspire Africa in 2019. And we're also talking to the NGX too. Our next stage for us, we'll select parties to the transaction, we'll clear regulatory requirements, we'll file documents, we'll list, and we'll commence trading and build the next frontier with those of you that come on board. So in order to be kept abreast of this long road, please go to www.tizeti.com/invest and put your information, and we'll let you know as we progress with the steps. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't understand, right? It's like you don't understand what's just happening, ladies and gentlemen. We've been taken back in time to when Ifeanyi got the email. This is the email that you need to respond to. Thank you so much, Kendall. I think just for like a minute or so, or 30 seconds, can we all just give Tizeti and the whole crew a round of applause, please? For those of you online, feel free to clap with an emoji. It is remarkable. Can I have some more juice on this? It is remarkable, the journey that has happened so far, and what's even more remarkable, like the tag says, the next frontier. And you can be part of the next frontier. You can be part of it. It's not too late to get on board. You have companies that are 50, 100, 200 years old. Tizeti is just 10, which means that you can invest in such a way that you will benefit and hand that over to your children and your children's children's children. There will always be internet. Do you understand? Like, internet is not going anywhere, so it's a no-brainer. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we have officially come to the beginning of the Tizeti journey. This is the NeXTGEN 2.0, and to give a vote of thanks, please do make welcome the CFO, Amanosi, to give that. Please make some noise for her as well. Clap now. If you don't clap, no food.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. To every beginning, there's an Thank you. We have come to the end of Tizeti NeXTGEN 2.0, and I am here to say a big thank you on behalf of the management and staff of Tizeti to our guests here present, our online participants. We see you. Thank you for staying with us. And to everyone, especially our esteemed guest speakers, you came here, you shared your wealth of knowledge on the topics discussed today. Some of them creating wealth online, bringing satellites to underserved locations, just to mention a few. Bridging the digital divide and connecting people with wireless internet is what Tizeti does. We've done this for the past 10 years with our unlimited Wi-Fi, hotspot, Wi-Fi call, and our newly introduced Tizeti Turbo Connect. This Tizeti Turbo Connect is going to give us speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Isn't that amazing? Thank you. The next frontier is going to see Tizeti expand into 10 new states in Nigeria and 2 Francophone countries in Africa. My final thanks goes to our able and energetic CEO, Mr. Kendall Anani. Round of applause for him, please. Thank you. And thanks to our board of directors, the management and staff of Tizeti, and the planning committee of Tizeti NeXTGEN 2.0, who have worked tirelessly to make this today a reality. I say a huge thank you, and I now invite all of you to please give yourselves a standing ovation, please.
All right, people.
Thank you so much for being here. I'll now welcome all of us to lunch in the dining area right behind this conference hall. Thank you. And please enjoy videos from our partners, congratulatory videos congratulating us on our 10-year anniversary. Thank you very much, and see you at Tizeti 3.0.
Yeah,
you.
absolutely. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Please pause on the video again. Thank you so much, Amanosi. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for lunch, but do not forget, we have Providence Bank, we have Main One. Feel free to interact, feel free to exchange numbers. I am Oscar Oyinson. It has been a pleasure being here yet again. Till next year, bye for now. Be safe.
Unlimited internet, I must get. Tizeti break it, them value set. But they turn a Jara, streaming with Jara. Service you flying like private jet. Don't turn it, go on it. Whether you or far away. Go home, it's for free. Unlimited. Ganga Tizeti, unlimited connect you with you. Ganga Tizeti, unlimited Tizeti.